Okay, so I guess we'll get started. It's the meeting of the Methuen Recreation Committee. Today, Tuesday, February 17th, 5 p.m., the Great Hall. Roll call. Councillor McLaren.
Present.
Councillor Valley.
Present.
Superintendent Angelo.
Here.
Councillor Drew here. All present. Can I have a motion to accept the agenda?
So move. Second.
All right, seconded. For a vote, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have it. On to public participation. We have none.
We have a
one
letter.
letter to read into the record. Councilor McLaren, could you take that?
To City Council Recreation Committee, RV lighting for Methuen Rail Trail. I'm a West Area resident and I use the rail trail every day, sometimes twice a day. First, thank you all for the wonderful improvements you've made over the last 10 years. The team does an amazing job clearing, planting, and caring for this trail. I read that the city is considering lighting, which I am in favor of. However, when Googling the most environmentally and habitat-friendly lighting options for trails, the response was solar, not electric. A one-time expense may be more than running electric. No ongoing expense, climate neutral. No ongoing electric bill for residents. Motion detect, warm, not blue lighting. Lists a couple of pros and cons for our consideration. Thank you for considering these three primary components in your write-up for grant money for this project. Solar, motion detection, and warm lighting are my Google's suggestions for consideration. Thank you for providing and maintaining this valuable resource for our community. With best regards, Patty Keppel, 306 Hampshire Road.
Thank you, Councilor. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public participation. We will now move on to vote for chair of the committee.
I nominate Councillor Drew for the chair of this committee.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Superintendent Angelo. Any other nominations? Okay, we will close nominations. All in favor of myself?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have it.
Congrats.
Thank you. Now we're going to get into just a presentation, just some things I want to talk about here as we kind of get into this subcommittee, some of the expectations and things I'd like to see completed as we go before we get into that agenda. I want to say why I care about this committee and what I'm hoping that we can accomplish at a very high level, and how I see us operating as a team. I ran for council because I wanted to beautify our city, strengthen our recreation department, and support great events and programs that are already in place. I also want to see our youth organizations have clean, safe, well-maintained fields so our kids can play and develop their skills and have a place that they can be proud to be from. And honestly, I want Methuen's parks to be some of the best in the Commonwealth. I also want to identify opportunities to expand our youth sports, passive recreation, and family-friendly programming to underutilized spaces, places that we might not be getting attention that they deserve today. But could be a real community asset with the right plan. Now, a little personal part of this is my wife said to me that you can run for city council and she would get on board with it if I promised that I would help fix the parks. So I told her I would do that because my wife takes the time to take my children to other communities to go to the parks. And that's because other communities have some really nice parks. And I want people to want to come to Methuen for their parks. And I think we can do that. So the vision here for this committee that I'd like to see over the next 60 to 90 days, and I think, Steve, you're going to help us with this, a ranked priority list, some quick wins, some mid-level wins, and the capital needs. And some of that will come in with the audit later this year. But I'd like to identify immediate things we can try to address and improve the quality of life for our residents quickly. I'd like a clear snapshot of operations, some maintenance, staffing realities, scheduling, bathrooms, trash, lighting, anything that we have that might be a challenge that we need to address 'cause I know there are some issues that people are facing. And I want to know from the youth sports leagues what your expectations are and what you need. So starting tonight, we'll have some time for you guys to give us some of your needs and what you're overlooking and see if we can get some things accomplished quickly. Now, for how we run this meeting, we'll try to stay on agenda. We'll try to be respectful. We'll deal in facts, and we will leave each meeting with action items, owners, and dates. I don't want to have, we should do this without having an action item with it. So if we do this right, this public should see steady progress, and our kids should feel it when we walk into the Methuen parks, fields, or open spaces. So with that, thank you for trusting me as your chair. Now let's move into the agenda. To get into it, I'm going to introduce the members for anybody who is watching at home and anybody else here. Again, myself, I'm John Drew, City Councilor at Large, Chairman of the committee.
I'm Ella McLaren. I am a counselor in the Central District.
Patricia Riley, West District City Councilor.
And I am Steve Angelo, Superintendent of Parks and Recreation for the city.
Perfect. Thank you, everybody.
And who are the two gentlemen?
These two gentlemen here.
Michael Ruffini, Methuen Youth Lacrosse.
Mark Finch, Methuen Girls Softball.
Thank you both for being here tonight. So we'll get into the roundtable with you guys. Just want to start this. I want to hear the good, the bad, the ugly. It's not, we're not looking to finger point. We're looking to find ways to help Steve, help our recreation department, help our DPW, help our city. So if there's a problem, I know we had seen some emails come in that there were some concerns. Let's talk about them. Let's see if there's things that we can find, quick wins that we can work with, and make sure that our kids are able to get onto the fields this spring and have good fields to play on. So, either of you want to take the lead?
Sure, I'll start. So again, Mike Ruffini from Methuen Youth Lacrosse. I'm happy to report that we have both boys and girls at every age level from first grade up until 8th grade playing this year. So a team at every level, which is great. Our numbers are down year over year, so we're about 110 kids right now. A couple years ago when I took over as president, we were at the 150, 160 level, and they just continue to decline. Kids are playing other sports. There's a lot of competition out there, so it's becoming more and more difficult to get more kids attracted to the sport. Scheduling needs, so we play strictly at the stadium. We don't require the turf fields, but it really helps with the lines and the nets and everything to have the turf fields. So we play our games on the upper and lower turf every Sunday. We have 4 home games and 4 away games. And then we practice on the turf fields as much as we can Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights, starting after the high school gets off the field, usually by 6 o'clock, and we're there till almost 9 p.m. every night, those 3 nights. As far as capital improvements, Steve will laugh at this, but my son went through the program. He's now in 9th grade. He's aged out. But, we were looking at getting lights when he was playing in kindergarten and on the lower turf. We still don't have lights in the lower turf. It would be great if we got lights in the lower turf. I think that's my biggest ask for capital improvement. I know it's been in the budget in years past. I know, Steve, you guys have worked on it. I know you guys have upgraded the lights in the stadium, so they're no longer those sodium ones that take a half an hour to heat up. And we have LEDs there, so thank you for that. Appreciate that. It would be really helpful. I know other organizations, I know Pop Warner has to bring in their own lights, portable lights, to use the fields on the lower turf. So it would benefit not just lacrosse, but baseball uses that field, and Pop Warner does as well. So it would help a lot of people. Second capital improvement I have is new locks at the stadium. It's a privilege for me to Mayor Perry 4 or 5 years ago gave me keys to the stadium, and his words to me were, "You can't give these to anyone else. You have to use these." Well, I can't be there 3 days a week, 4 days a week to unlock fields and close fields. And more importantly, the keys, you need 4 separate keys, right? You need a key to unlock the main gate. You need a separate key to unlock the upper and lower turf themselves. You need a separate key to get into the shed to turn on the lights on the track field. You need another key to unlock the bathrooms, and another key to turn on the stadium lights. I'm walking around with 5 or 6 keys in my hand. In 2026, I got to believe that there's a card key system we could get for the stadium to track who's using the stadium, who has access, who was the last person in, who didn't lock the bathrooms. It would be super beneficial if we had card key access to the stadium instead of 5 or 6 different keys. Let's see, and the other kind of capital improvement, we stopped using the concession stand because we couldn't get approval to use the concession stand because of the paint peeling on the stadium. It's an eyesore. You drive up to the stadium, beautiful facility. I get comments from other towns. We love playing here. This place is great. And then every time I pull up to the stadium, I see the eyesore of the paint peeling, paint on the ground, etc. I know in the past others had a community, day where they painted that. I'm sure we get a lot of folks to help out if we could do that. But again, I think the stadium, it's a great facility, but it needs some TLC. And I think we need to get that painted so folks can use the concession stand and not have to worry about paint chips falling on them. So that's my capital improvement request. The biggest concern I had last year and my coaches had last year, what I call fence jumpers. So we use the upper and lower turf. It's pretty tough not tough, I mean, people still do it, but the upper turf has a, 8 or 10 foot fence. So you don't get a lot of people jumping that fence to use the upper turf. Lower turf, it's got like a 3 or 4 foot fence. And every day, I think last spring when I had to go down there to open up the facility for my teams to practice, I had to kick kids off and adults off. There was flag football teams from other towns on there using the field without permits. There were soccer players, organized and unorganized, playing. 5 times out of 10, they just saw me and left. A couple of times they would give me lip. They would refuse to leave. I had to call the cops a couple of times to clear the field. Not a fun experience, and I don't know what can be done about it, other than putting up a 10-foot fence or whatnot. But it's very frustrating to have to constantly deal with that. So that's my biggest concern. Thank you.
Thank you. You have some over here?
Mark, I'm doing girls softball again. A few quick repairs for the fields. Backstop in B2, there's a bunch of holes up high. I think we've tried to kind of repair them. The YMCA, there's the ramp heading to the bathroom, some railings that are unsafe, some boards popping off as the kids are walking up. The wood logs along the parking lot at B2, the middle field, I think with snow and just cars hitting them, have pushed them into the walkway. Some metal pieces sticking out of the wood, with kids all playing around there. Field uses, we use all 3 fields at Burnham. We use the 2 at the YMCA. We use Sergeant Field, and we use Neil 6 for practices. We have about 150 girls, only 47 signed up so far this year. So we're hoping for a mad dash come April. We try out in March. We run the season April through first, second week of June. But we also run 4 tournaments out of Burnham. USA Softball has requested to use our facility for state tournaments. We have that one, and last year the All-Star game for the summer program has asked to use our facility at Burnham. Steve does a great job maintaining all the fields, especially Burnham. It's the high school fields. They take pride in it. People love coming to it. We have a concession stand. The city has said it's the cleanest. I can't take credit for that, but it's also something to look forward to. Capital improvements, I mean, if you're really, really asking for something, lights on B1. We have them on B2 and B3. They did lighting upgrades last year or 2 years ago. LEDs, they come on right away. No issues there. And then Y1, if some dirt or clay can be added to the infield to help with rain. And home plate is raised up.
What field was that with the home plate raised up?
Y1.
Okay.
And then the walkway in between B2 and B3, I don't know if it's because of the tree, it's become uneven. So if there's anybody with, especially in tournaments, coming down with in a wheelchair or something, in between 2 and 3, the rest of the walkway is pretty good, but I don't know if it was tractors or it's just over the years I think it's become an issue. I think it was brought up last year, the camp behind the cages.
So as I know, the mayor's office has been working with the police department as well about addressing that. Obviously, it's private property where the car wash is back there, but it has been an ongoing conversation with the health department, the mayor's office, the police department, so they know what's going on, and they're working on a way of addressing that long term.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good? Good? All right. So I know we heard some things here. We got light needs. I'm going to leave, Steve's got some things I'm sure he can shine some light onto some of these items. Why don't we move on to Superintendent Angelo's report, and then we can maybe get into some discussion on some of these items and things we can try to take from here.
Perfect. Thank you. I think I'll actually be addressing a lot of these items within my report, so I said, and then we can kind of follow up from there. So for spring priorities, the first order I said we started looking into it today is ordering the infill and the dirt for the fields to address the Y1s. I said at Milk Street, Pelham Street, there's a lot of different fields that we're going to be putting that order in. Hopefully the snow goes away sometime soon so we can have it delivered in a reasonable time. That way, once the snow goes, we can start working on getting those fields up to the level we want to be at. We're also going to be edging out the infields on a lot of the fields that haven't been done. I think we did B1 2 years ago. We did B2 last year, but we'll probably go back to B1, do that again, do the fields over at the Neal, Milk Street. Any fields that haven't been done, we try to do those every 2 to 3 years just to make sure that we keep the diameters and the distances the way they need to be. I said painting for lacrosse lines will happen once the snow goes away as well, as they'll be coming in to make sure you have fresh lines for your season. I said, I just asked that any facility needs that do come up throughout the year. I said, you guys both very good at communicating with me. I said, just in terms of stuff comes up, it's a lot easier to address it. I can't be at the fields all the time. So if you just want to send me a text or a phone call, just let you know, hey, this came up. That way we can make sure we get it addressed as soon as possible. I would appreciate that. Bathrooms is a big one, especially with spring sports coming up. We've run into this issue in the past where weather has deterred us from actually opening up bathrooms right at the beginning of the season. Obviously, we need the weather to turn before we can turn the water back on, or we're going to have some real issues with pipes freezing, everything. And I think that ran into maybe 2 years ago. If that's the case, we'll make sure that we have portable toilets that are dropped off at each location, so we do have bathrooms accessible. But we will turn those bathrooms and concession stands on whenever the weather allows us to.
Just a quick question. Have you guys looked into plowing the turf, the upper turf? I know the high school's going to have tryouts soon and would like to get down there mid-March. Doesn't think the snow's going anywhere anytime soon.
So unfortunately, with the weather, we haven't gone in a day that's been above 35 degrees in like a month. But as we have had plans put into place already with what we're going to do, because we still have a foot of snow on the turf right now. And I think you guys had a March 8th date start time. So we've had talked about some different things. I talked to the crew this morning about getting that turf cleared off as much as possible. Some of the issues that we do have is the fact that we can't plow a foot of snow. So we're going to have to kind of get a little creative if for some reason we don't get the melt that we need over the next week or so of how we're going to start to clear off certain sections, let Mother Nature run its course. But we are kind of brainstorming a little bit because we weren't expecting to have this much snow on the turf at this point in time, and it's been there all winter long. But we have been talking, I said about it for like the last week or so, about trying to figure out if the snow is still there at the end of next week, what are our options to make sure we get it cleared And once we get 3-4 inches, no, we do have the plow that we can plow it, but we just need to get to a certain level that we actually can safely plow without damaging the turf. That was actually my next point. So I said we will also be doing seeding and fertilizing for all the different fields, as grass fields this year. Is it something that we've been trying to be much more proactive about, especially over the last year that we have people in house now that can do the fertilizing, and we have been trying to oversee, trying to stay on top of the fields to make sure that they're good when the weather turns. For the turf field as well, we'll be doing impact testing this spring just to make sure that the fields remain safe. So obviously the turf fields, everyone thinks they're always durable, but it does take a lot of maintenance and background work to make sure that we keep them in playing condition. And really for spring priorities, that's really it. Once again, I'll open it up to you folks. I say if you have things that come across or people bring up to you, just make sure you guys have my phone number, you guys have my email, and that goes out to anyone in the community as well who might be watching. To if you have concerns, all my contact information is available on the city website. I said I'm more than happy to talk to people and talk things out, because there's sometimes people see things that I don't see. And I really, like I said, the information is much more valuable if I actually know what's going on. Next thing up, we have updates for capital improvement. So Mikey will be very happy to hear this. We have purchased lights for the lower turf. The city council approved that, I want to say last meeting, or 2 meetings ago, was the purchase.
2 meetings ago, yeah.
Yep. So I said we have purchased lights. So I said the purchase order actually came in today for them. We are currently working with the electrical engineers about how to get power down there and how to properly light it. And then we'll have to go out to bid for installation of the lights themselves. I don't know a firm timeline of when that's going to happen, but it's happening. And it's going to happen as soon as we can safely do it. Obviously, the spring's very busy down at the stadium, so my guess it will probably happen after the spring. But if we can safely do it before then, with going through the proper bid process and be able to utilize that, I said to be able to do it, I want to get them up there as soon as possible, because I agree with you. It's been conversation since I started and before my time about how valuable it would be to have a second lit field down there. And it is going to be happening by latest by this summer, I hope. So,
Steve, is the installation currently in the capital improvements plan
Yes,
for this year?
so-
My real question is the money allocated for this installation? So
yes, it was. So fiscal year 26 capital improvement plan, the money was allocated for the purchase and installation of the lights.
Perfect, thank you.
As we referenced, I said the upper lights, the lights on the upper turf were completed in the fall of 25. It made a huge difference up there on that field. It totally kind of changed it. So all the lights were kind of going in, as it was a much long overdue update. For staying at the stadium, we are in the planning process of now of painting Nicholson. So we actually had a 3D rendering and did some background design work to actually have it done. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as just throwing paint up on the wall. We do have some structural issues with some of the stuff that, not that it's unsafe, but we have to make sure we address that stuff so long-term solutions can be put in place. But my hope is that during the spring, I said that will be painted. So we do have money allocated for that as well. That's a conversation I've had with the mayor's office. We're making it a priority this spring once the weather warms up a little bit to make sure we address that, because it has become a little bit of an eyesore, and we do need to make sure that we take care of them.
Has the RFP been written, do we know,
For the painting?
for the painting? Has it gone out?
No, it has not. Nope.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the mayor's office where that stands. And I'll also ask him the RFP to start on the electric, or is that?
That's
no, it's
already
not.
that's already underway.
That's already
so
moving?
yep, I already, as I'm working with Huntress Associates to do the electrical engineering for it. That's coming back. It's getting signed off with our city electricians. Are reviewing it right now, and then once that's put in place, we'll go to bid for installation.
Perfect, thank you. One other quick thing on, as we were going up, you mentioned that you have enough seating and things like that. You're going to be seeding all these fields. You
Yes.
have enough seating and all that in your budget? You're good to be able to seed?
So we are good right now. Obviously, I'll always ask for more money in the budget for more more stuff. While I have you guys here, I said, but I said we do what we do with what we have right now. I said, and we've made some great strides. I think over the last couple of years on enhancing the fields. But obviously, with fertilizer, with stuff, the more money we can have allocated towards it, the more we can actually do towards the field, towards weed control. Because if you talk to anyone from baseball or softball, you have your dandelions, your daffodils are popping up all the time in the spring to be able to kind of control some of that. I'd like to be a little more proactive with things like that. But with it, we'll start to see, and I think I've had conversations with everyone, I said, who uses those fields, is it wasn't going to be an overnight solution. I said, we've actually seen growth this year. You'll see the growth next year. I said in terms of the enhancement of it. As in within a few years, I think we'll have some really good looking grass over there. So we're going in the right direction on that. While we stay on those fields, I am happy to, we will be installing the dugouts on Burnham Road 3. Those dugouts are supposed to be delivered this week or early next week, with installation to be done before the start of the spring season. So that was something that we weren't able to do last year as part of that initial project, and it's part of the phase 2 to complete the dugout structures for that. We are also working with the MAIC, the MHS boosters, on installation of a scoreboard for Burnham Field 3. So we'll actually have a full-time functional scoreboard in that field. I'm not sure if that's going to be done by the spring season, but it's something that will definitely be done sooner rather than later. So we just had to figure out how to get power in to get that coordinated, and we'll work with them to solidify those plans. The Veterans Park outdoor rink, if anyone's been down there, we've actually taken that rink down as it was becoming a safety issue for the city. It had not been utilized in several years. And this spring you'll be seeing there'll be an outdoor fitness court built in that spot. The fitness court's already been purchased. The council's already agreed on the installation, and we've had an agreement on that. All we have to do is pour the concrete pad once the weather turns again, and you'll probably see installation for that court in May with the grand opening in June. So that'll be a nice enhancement. That's a very active park down at Milk Street. A lot of people walking. I think that the outdoor fitness court will be utilized quite a bit. I said because it's something that if anyone's been to Drake, just built one that's becoming more of an outdoor trend. I said for the outdoor fitness, so it's gonna be a nice addition to that park. And I think lastly, the last capital improvement one I have is the Forest Lake bathroom renovation project has started. We are currently working with engineers to do the engineering studies and to put the plans together in place to redo the bathrooms down there. That's been a long overdue project as well. I thank the city council and the mayor's office for approving that in the CIP last year to fund that. I said, and my hope is it is by the fall we'll should be able to break ground and put all brand new bathrooms up there. You will see some other improvements in turn, including a beach volleyball court will be finished before this summer, and we'll also be installing new grills up at Forest Lake this summer as well. So you will see some enhancement this year with the anticipation that the bathrooms will finish for the summer of 2027. So the next we have the DPW coordination and spring maintenance. I'll be working with the groups independently, as just to kind of talk about what their needs are specifically. I am happy to say that DPW was able to purchase a new 16-foot lawnmower to utilize for the fields. This is going to be a huge addition. Basically, we've always had the same lawnmower since I've been here and well before me. I said, and this new update will allow us to mow the fields at a much more frequent pace. I said, and especially when it comes in terms of the spring, where we get so much rain, we get so much weather that might be a deterrent from actually mowing, that we can almost guarantee we'll mow each field once a week. We normally do that anyways, especially for our athletic fields, but it's almost a guarantee now that we'll be able to get out and get everything done. And hopefully, as it will be able to up it to twice a week, depending on what game schedules are and the facility needs are for that week. I spoke about the concession stands. I just ask anyone who has concession stands, I said to make sure you reach out to health department sooner rather than later. I said once we get the water and everything opened up over there, to make sure those inspections get done. Those need to be finished and finalized by the health department before anyone can operate. And if any groups have things they need to dispose of, whether it be old nets, things for the concession stand, just extra storage if you wanted to clear out a closet, DPW is happy to take care of that. We'll bring it to the dump for you. You just need to communicate that with my office so we can make sure we have that set up with the crew to pick them up, so it's just not sitting out there. And we don't want to throw something away that you guys are still using, but if it doesn't have a use anymore and we need to clear it out, we're happy to do so for everybody. Upcoming events, we have the St. Patrick's Day Parade on March 21st. Then Councilor Drew is spearheading with a group of people, which is going to be great. I invite all youth organizations to try to participate. It's going to be a great event. I said to be able to be a part of. It's a new annual event that will be coming here to Methuen that we'll start to see every year. The registration is online, and that goes out to everyone in the community as well. It doesn't have to be a youth sports group. It can be any youth group here in Methuen or any community group that wants to get involved. You can register at MethuenBusiness.com. I said it's the Hayville Chamber of Commerce website. I said it collaborating with the Methuen Business Alliance. All registrations are done. The deadline for that is March 1st. So is it, we have a couple weeks, but if you're interested, I'd start brainstorming now, is because we do have that hard deadline March 1st to make sure that we can coordinate the parade. April 4th, we'll have the annual Easter egg hunt up at Great Court Park. It's always the Saturday before Easter. That starts at 11 o'clock. It's a great take. And we normally put out about 4,000 to 5,000 eggs. They're gone in about 5 to 10 minutes, surprisingly. I said, but it's just get that to save the date out to everybody. And all of our rec summer programs are starting to be formulated now. Those will all be out for registrations. Will be open up by March 1st at the latest. We're almost ready to go live with them now, which is the earliest we've ever had. So we're going to be offering between 40 and 50 programs this summer, including our playground program, which is free for all Methuen residents. And if you just go to MethuenRec.com, you'll be able to see all the available programs that we have for that. Also, this summer, we'll be bringing back the summer concert series, which was with the Art Council, who helped to spearhead that a few years ago. That'll be coming back to City of Methuen. And also speaking with Mayor Borgarn, this summer we will be bringing back the summer movie series, which we'll be hosting once a month throughout the summer. Location is still to be determined about that, but we'll have an outdoor movie available for families. It's another free family event that we're trying to bring back to the city and try to promote some fun stuff to do over the summer. And I think that's it for updates for me, but I'm happy to take questions if people have them or to address concerns.
Sure, I'll jump on this. I know Mr. Ruffini had mentioned locks at the stadium.
Yeah.
It seems like a pretty low-hanging fruit. I know we kind of briefly discussed it the other day. Is this something you think we can brainstorm before our next meeting, maybe have a solution to it, and we can try to get some sort of allocation to getting this taken care of?
Yeah, I can come up with a few different options. I know this has been a conversation that I've had with lacrosse and with soccer and everyone that utilizes the stadium, because it was, whenever we got keys, it was everyone got one set of keys. And I do understand that that's kind of unrealistic for him to have to come and unlock it, especially the lock system that we have now is you need to physically be there to unlock it and to lock it back up. It's not something you can just leave it unlocked. That is something we could look for different options. We do have some concerns about security and whatnot about how we're going to do it, so we'll have to make sure we have a good approach, but I can find a couple different options. I know that we've worked on trying to get extra sets of keys to people in the time being until we find it, just so we don't have one set of keys for each group, that each group can have two. If we need to get an additional one, I'm happy to work with you guys until we can find more of a long-term solution on that.
Okay. So yeah, if we can, I think we're going to try for another meeting, I believe in April. Maybe we can bring a couple solutions then, and maybe we can try to get this squared away before the real super crazy busy season starts. I know we might have to, play a little bit of key musical chair for a couple months, but I think this is something that we should be able to fix quickly for our fields. Session stand painting, we talked about that. The fence jumpers, Steve, how much fence are we talking? Like that, it's a significant amount of fence that these kids, we'd have to replace or add 10-foot fences to?
We are talking the whole lower turf, so it's a lot of fence.
Yeah, all right. So that's a much larger conversation that we should probably, if that's that much of an issue, maybe we can talk with the police to run through that area a little more often, or?
And it's been a conversation we've had with the police department where, especially at the beginning of the season, try to be present down there. Mm-hmm. Obviously, where the police run into issues is they have some police work they need to do. You know what I mean? Like, so where that area cars can't guarantee that they can be down there at all times. They do try to help out and like Mike has called me before, like I try to be down there as well as much as I can be. It's just difficult with the facility being running from 7 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night to have someone consistently there. And it's just been an ongoing problem. As and I will acknowledge the fact that I feel like it's gotten worse over the last couple of years than it was when I first started here in terms of people utilizing it and giving more of a hard time, because I've had people give me a hard time asking them to get off the field, and I run the facility. You know what I mean? It's just kind of, it's always been, so we're going to have to fight whether, and it's tough because we would have staffing there whenever the facility was being utilized originally. And a few years ago, we went away from that structure. So it's a little bit more difficult when you don't have a stadium personnel there to kind of monitor the fields for who's going to be on, who's not. I said, and maybe trying to find some solution where busy days, maybe we do have staffing, and I'd have to work with Director Bauer, I said, in the mayor's office on what that might look like in terms of, because it would be overtime, it would be some stuff that would go into it. But just in terms of having a presence down there, because soccer's told me as well, it says lacrosse, I said, anyone who utilizes, it's been an issue. And as it'd be naive to not try to find a way to address it.
It's not just kicking them off the field. I mean, it's more of, I mean, we try and abide by the rules. The rules are nothing but water on the fields. I'll go down there. There'll be 5 or 6 bikes on the field laying down sideways. I mean, that's going to rip the turf. People eat McDonald's down there, leave their wrappers, leave their beer bottles down there. We spend the first 10 minutes of practice picking up trash in the field so we can use the field, and then we don't get accused of leaving stuff on the field. So it's just, again, it's not just the fact that they're using it, but they're also not using it in the right way. And we've had to lock up our lacrosse nets because they were getting ruined because people were shooting soccer balls in them constantly and ripping nets, and we got sick of it, and now we have to lock up our lacrosse nets every night, which again is a major hassle, but that's what we got to do, so we have to keep buying nets every couple of weeks.
All right, I'll take an action item here. I'll call the police chief, see if we can get some more, at least the beginning of each of these seasons, to have more of a presence during the warm-ups of these seasons to kind of set the tone. Maybe that'll help a little bit, and while we explore figuring out the fence situation. Yep. Okay. Yes, Councilor.
Yeah, what about cameras? Do we have cameras there that we can see, like, the action? And maybe
I know I've talked to Steve in the past, and I think there is a camera there, but the problem is I don't know that anyone's watching it in real time.
Correct. It's not being monitored. So we do have one camera that's on top of the press box that looks down on the lower turf as it gets the entrance for the upper turf and down towards the track. So we can monitor if people are on it, but I don't have personal access to the camera. As it goes to the
And
police.
who has the access?
The police
IT?
department. The police department.
does.
Yeah,
Okay.
it goes directly to the police department.
Okay, and then I think you had a couple of items with, it seemed like they were pretty low-hanging fruit with the logs at the parking lot.
Yep.
And we want to make sure the kids don't get hurt and trip and fall.
Yep.
I have 2 kids who are accident-prone myself, who like to trip over anything that isn't just flat. Sometimes they trip on flat stuff. Backstops. Is there a backstop at Burnham Road? Is that how I understood? B2. Is that something we can
I'll take a look at it.
take a look at that? All right, Steve's gonna take a look at that. Okay, so we have a couple items here. Yes,
Mr. Chair, no, I'm just wondering if we can have like the list of the requests that you can share with Councilor McLaren and myself, if you don't mind, maybe by email, doesn't need to be
Yes.
now.
Yeah,
So
after
we can
this,
have an
we'll-
idea,
I'll
yes.
compile a list and from the meeting minutes,
Okay,
and we'll get these
perfect.
off. And
So if you guys like, these 2 gentlemen, I said soccer as well, passed the list along to me already before this meeting. I'm happy to forward that on to the committee as well. Just so
Thank
keep
you.
it from doing the work. I'll send it right on to you guys.
Thank you, Steve. Anything else before we move on to the next item? No? Okay, so we'll try to take some action items out of this, and like I said, we're going to try to get some things fixed and moved in the right direction. On to the next item is the rail trail lighting. It was requested by Councilor Valley. Councilor, would you like to take the helm on this one?
Yes. Last week, I attended an event at Washington, D.C., and I had the opportunity to speak with the congressional aide for Senator Ever Markey. So we discussed upcoming infrastructure funding and opportunities for municipalities, and he shared that applications are expected to be open in March 2026, with funding available to support cities and towns. So I'm wondering if Superintendent Angelo knows about that, about some state funding?
Yeah, so the park program
For
opens up in
infra-
March, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you usually apply for that?
We'll be applying for it this year. I've already
you
gone
will?
to community development. As I've talked about a couple different projects that we could be utilizing for that.
Oh,
but
okay.
It opens up and then it closes up in, I believe, July. So
Okay.
we'll have determination on that before the next spring, the next fall, as to whether we get funding or not.
Okay. I specifically discussed the lighting for the rail trail, and he told me that that will qualify for the
Okay.
for the funding. So if you can please include that.
So you might be talking about, it might be a different grant that I'm speaking of. So I'll have to look into that. But
Okay.
I'm talking about the PARC grant. I said it does a lot of playgrounds and parks, which I'm sure this would also.
I can find out.
Okay.
And then get back to you.
That'd be
Forward
awesome.
the email to you. Yeah, I will do that. So that was actually, that was my topic. It is match grant, 70% from the state and 30% from the city. That's what he explained to
Yeah,
me.
okay. And that's probably a match grant, or not a match, we'd put them in a reimbursable grant. Yep.
Okay.
And we do have the funding available right now, is it within CIP, to do projects like that if we need to front the money and then get reimbursed for it. We do have some funding available for that.
And do we have the price for the lighting installation? Like how much it's going to cost?
For the rail trail, I do
No?
not know.
Do we need to issue an RFP for that?
That would probably be something that you would want, don't want out to speak, that probably something to go through Director Bauer.
Okay.
So it'd be the one that would want to spearhead something like that.
Okay.
One thing on the grants that you said that opened in March. When I was looking up, I was actually looking on for grants, and it said last year, the parks grant, they had like an in-person meeting that you could actually go and be shown how to get this grant in May. So I'm assuming there'll probably be the similar timelines. Do you have enough manpower or staffing to be able to go for these grants? I just want to check your bandwidth, because I also don't want to overburden you. If you need help, we want to make sure that's also a component of this, is ensuring your department is staffed appropriately for the things we're going to ask of you to do.
Good, but I think with the park grant, like this is an opportunity, and I don't think Methuen's actually been rewarded the park grant in possibly over 6 or 7 years. So it's something that we'll be applying for. I said whatever effort it takes to get that grant in, we're going to do on our behalf. I said just because it is funding that I think that Methuen was very eligible for, and we would be doing ourselves a disservice if we don't apply for it. So I said we will find a way to make sure that we get that done.
Right, and I appreciate that you're going to, make sure you get it done. I just want to make sure that, do you need that help? This committee here we're here with you. Yep. We want to work with you and your department to ensure that you are staffed properly, that you are able to function properly, so we can put everybody at a higher standard and allow the level of quality we expect. And we can't stretch you thin. You're only one man, Steve. We see that you do a ton of different things and you're pulled in a million different directions. I can speak to that personally. So if there's something you need, if you don't have the bandwidth, please raise your hand to us, and we'll happily work to see if we can allocate for grant writing help or things like that.
No, I mean, I appreciate that. I said I would be remiss not to say, like, our community development team here has always been a big help in terms of doing that. I know Councilor Valley as well has been pushing for a lot of grant writer in that position to be filled. I said it's one way or the other. I said which would be extremely helpful because there is a lot of recreational funding that is available through the state and through stuff like that to be able to find those resources and have someone to assist. Like, I can give you all the information, and for someone to compile it into a grant format, it would be a huge help for my department for sure.
Okay, yeah, especially with the park audit that we're doing.
Yep.
I know in 2027, I fully anticipate us going after anything that looks like it could give us money. I think we'd all like to see some grants come to our city and fix some of our fields. So, yeah. Is that all you had on the lighting? So we'll request an RFP with the DPW director and see what our plan would have to be?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Councilor McLaren, do you have any questions on this?
Not on this, no.
All right, any questions from you guys? No? Figured you're here at the table, might as well ask, right? On to the next item is the Counselor Community Cleanup Day. This was something that I brought up. What I'd like to see would be a cleanup day, similar into like the Earth Day type of timeline, so the end of April, so it is a pretty quick turnaround. I'd like to see all of our counselors take a park or an area in our district that might be a problem child, get a couple of volunteers and work to clean up an area, whether it's a park that we go down and we clean up on a Saturday. I'm thinking just an effort throughout the entire city, all one day, all the counselors on a Saturday, get some people around the city to come help us. Maybe it's some of the youth groups and some of their athletes would come and help. That's kind of something I had an idea on, and I wanted to discuss that with the committee and see if you guys were on board with that, and maybe we can take some action items and try to work together and formulate to make this a success.
How would you propose that we decide what counselor takes what area? So are we looking at, are we including school facilities, school-owned areas, or are we talking strictly about public parks, places owned by the city? And then how do we determine, like, for example, I'm going to this park, you're going to whatever else?
I think that kind of goes into the, I would assume that you would take a park in the central district. Council Valley would take a park or something in the west district. And it doesn't have to specifically be a park either. It could be a median that's pretty ugly that needs some help. It could be anything really. I think it would leave it to each of the counselors to be able to identify. Maybe that's the ask, is we take that and we can identify with our council's counterparts an area and put that on a ledger that for our next meeting, and we can discuss the areas that we're going to attack and go after and try
I'm
to clean up.
thinking maybe create a poll on social media and the community can help us identify the area.
Yeah, we can certainly put together a poll for the community, maybe help us find some of the problem areas in certain areas. That would definitely be something I think would be a great idea. So we'll put polling. And then we want to figure out by district. Okay.
And you mentioned youth and community involvement. Do you have any sort of idea of how you would want to draw that engagement? Is this something that you want to bring to specific groups, like you mentioned, athletes in particular? How are you planning on recruiting that?
Well, I was going to look over here at Mr. Ruffini and ask him, and to go over here and ask about softball and see if any of those folks wanted to join us. Obviously, this would be a concerted effort with the DPW and the Parks Department, because they would be deeply involved in this. There are a lot of schools that there is a requirement for seniors and things like that to have community service involved, and I think we can tap that with our school counterparts as well to discuss that on that side, to see if they could help us facilitate with the superintendent to get some of the high school students, maybe they wanted to be involved, or, our social media also can be utilized. Yes, Council.
Mr. Chair, speaking about community service, I have a big issue in summertime seeing our highways. And I know we can request inmates, but I don't know what is the process. Who do I reach out to? How do I do that?
So I'm probably not the best. I probably give you the. So you're talking more highways or more
Highways
streets?
like exit 46, 47 from 93.
So-
That's insane.
I believe a lot of that jurisdiction is the Mass DOT. I don't want to speak out of turn once again. That's probably a question that's better for Director Bauer.
Okay.
But I said he could probably definitely give you the correct information. I don't want to go off anything and then give you the wrong information.
Thank you.
Okay, so as for the council cleanup day, is everybody kind of on board with doing something on April 25th? Or we can approach our fellow councilors and see if they're all
I
willing
am
to.
in agreement, 100%.
Myself as well.
I'd like to, we have proposed sites, that's something we discussed. Then we can talk about the disposal plan with the DPW. That's something I could take as an action to speak with Director Bauer and Mr. Angelo on what the disposal plan would be. I'd like to do our next meeting on April 6th, which gives us 2 weeks prior to that cleanup. So that way we can have a touch base and kind of help organize everything.
It's a Friday. Oh, no, that's March.
It's a Monday, I believe.
It's a Monday. Easter. That's Easter?
Is it Easter?
No.
It's Monday after Easter.
It's Monday after Easter, so City Hall's closed?
I'm not sure. We have.
This is April you're referring to?
Yes.
There is a regular city council meeting on April 6th as well.
April 6th?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Just similar timeline, I
Okay,
think 5
yeah.
o'clock, and I'll make sure I
Yeah.
let everybody know in time.
Yeah, sounds good.
Another item on this is finding sponsors, which I think we would have to just,
And what are the sponsors for? Like coffee, breakfast?
obviously, if anybody wants to give us water,
Water,
coffee,
okay,
breakfast,
okay.
we're going to need probably trash bags, we're going to need gloves, we're going to need things like that, rakes, so forth.
Usually DPW provide gloves and the bags, if I'm not mistaken.
We can discuss with the DPW, see if that's something that they can do, and I'll ask Bauer. Okay. I think we're pretty good with that. So as we go through out of here, we will see, kind of made a mess of my writing, I apologize. So our action items, Superintendent, the key box, if you could have some information for like that April 6th meeting, so we can see that. I will have an update from the police chief on our discussions about patrolling the fields and things like that as they come through. You're also going to handle the backstop at Burnham along with the railroad ties, or the wood ties or whatever they are in the parking lots. Okay. The next is I will take the polling on social media by district, and I will reach out to Director Bauer on scheduling some of that. Would you be willing to coordinate with our other counselors?
Yes, sure.
Thanks.
Sure. The RFP for the lighting on the rail trail.
Yes, RFP for lighting.
Yeah.
Would you like to handle?
Yeah, I will do that and I'll CC you both. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
Director Bauer. Same thing with the grant. I'm going to find out more about the grant. I will CC you both as well.
Okay. I think we have some action items from this.
Yep.
Some things to do. Is there any other new business that anybody would like to discuss? Nope. Councilor Valley, Councilor McLaren, Superintendent Angelo. In that case, I will move to adjourn, look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have it. We're adjourned. 5:56 PM.
She. I was about to call you chief again. Acceptance of the agenda.
Motion to accept.
Seconded. In favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. This is what I also did with the Public Safety Subcommittee. I would like to introduce ourselves and why we're actually on this subcommittee. Me personally, I come from a family of veterans. My uncle was an active Army vet. My other uncle was a Marine, and my great-grandfather served in World War II. So I feel, and plus I have a lot of friends that were veterans as well, and I feel like I could give part to the veterans in this community. Before, in the last couple of years, this subcommittee hasn't really been meeting, and I feel like being part of it, at least our veterans in this community will have a voice. Councilor Samad.
Thank you, Ryan. My name is Councilor Mike Samad. I was active duty in the United States Air Force for 4.5 years, and I separated. And currently, I am involved with law enforcement, where I work with a lot of disabled veterans who I help on a regular basis. And I was pleased to be picked to be part of this committee. So.
Hi, Tim Sheehy, former fire chief, but now acting VSO as the Paul Jensen left a few weeks ago, a week and a half ago. So it's my second week. Just get my feet wet. Also, veteran, Marine Corps, Desert Storm veteran. And I got called in to just do this as a possible just acting position right now. And I'm enjoying it right now, very busy, and just get my feet wet, but learning everything we need to learn. Helped out some veterans already, so it feels really good to be helping the veterans in our community. I look forward to continue to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. The next line item is vote for chair of the committee. As my personal preference right now, because I was on the sheet as the current chair, I will be stepping down as chair and giving it to Councilor Samad, because I believe that this subcommittee should be led by a veteran. And me personally, I do not know all the backgrounds of veterans and their needs and how to get them the needs that they need. Wow, I just repeated myself 3 times there. Sorry. But so I will be giving my vote to Councilor Samad as the chair. And he doesn't really have a choice. He has to accept it.
Thanks.
So,
Obviously, I accept it graciously on behalf of the veterans of Methuen, and I accept the challenge and the nomination. So thank you.
so you are to
Should we vote?
Congratulations.
vote by signifying with an aye. Aye. Opposed?
Congratulations, Mike.
Congratulations. I get to sit back. Oh, there you go.
All right, thank you. Like I said, I graciously accept this honor to be the chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee, and I pledge to help each and every veteran that asks for help, and to make Methuen a better place for veterans if we can. So, thank you, Tim and Ryan. So, the purpose and scope of the Veterans Affairs Committee, obviously, I just kind of said that in my acceptance speech there. So, review of the committee charge, we'll get into. What was your thoughts on that as far as?
Is that to you, Chair? Like I said, I think the review of the committee charges, to me, is being a supportive system for veterans. I also believe that we should be honoring our veterans, and through programming or whatever this committee can do to help reach out to the, to the VFW. I know they do a lot of things for the community, but I'm hoping through this committee we could do more things to honor our veterans.
I agree. And before, Tim, I'll give you the floor in a second. I just want to thank our outgoing VSO, Paul Jensen, who did a lot for Methuen veterans. He included me in a lot of that when I was on the committee prior to my stint on the council. So he served with pride and distinction, and I wish him well in his future endeavors, and him and his wife and his family and his grandkids. So he did a lot of good things for Methuen as far as the moving wall, Flag Day, a lot of things that was successful. So I know Tim will carry that torch with pride because he was involved in a lot of those events that Paul did at Forest Lake and all the fundraisers. So, Tim, your thoughts?
So I was involved in not just myself, but the fire department. You can never say no to the veterans. Did a lot of things, help with the Vietnam Wall, putting it up and taking it down. Every year we do the breakfast for the barbecue for the veterans at Forest Lake. We get a lot of volunteers from the fire department union, and myself included up there. I think that Paul has done a lot in the community for the veterans, and he's out there, and he's started a lot of new things, and I think did a great job, and I want to build on that, maybe do a little bit more if we can, but again, I don't know if I'm just going to stay here for a little bit or until we get a successor, but whatever the veterans need, I'm here for. Already hit the ground running, so I'm looking forward to it, and I find it makes me happy, so I enjoy doing it.
I think if you were a counselor, you would have been the chair just by you being a Marine. I think that you take precedent as far as I'm concerned. But like I said, Tim, you've done just as much, I think, as Paul, and you helped him tremendously, and you can see the camaraderie and the pride within the fire department, and when your men and women supported the veterans through your leadership, and it didn't go unnoticed. And the police department, too, I hope to get them more involved. And all the other veterans that work for the city to see if we can kind of do something as a group to honor our veterans, whether it be a ride to a doctor's appointment, just going out for a beer, going to some of the events at the VFW. But those are some of the things that I think that we can do as a city for our veterans, as well as, advocating for, our disabled vets. And again, I know that those numbers are growing more and more, especially with all the combat veterans who are now, facing those demons from years past. So I know you'll be a great asset when it comes to that.
No, we'll be here for him.
All right, good. Councilor DeZoglio, do you have anything to add with that as far as?
Nope, that's pretty much what from hearing from you two, I agree. So I have nothing else.
And as far as future meetings, once a month, would that be adequate for now until we get probably closer to bigger events where we can probably do some more for a month, but we can schedule them.
Sure, that's fine.
I'll coordinate with both of you for your schedules, and then we'll go from there. And we'll obviously try to get it before one of the meetings just to be efficient with our time, and we'll go from there. So how's that sound? Good? All right. New business. And again, Ryan, thank you for putting this whole thing together as the interim chair until tonight. It's much appreciated. You're definitely squared away, and I think more so than your brother. So I'm gonna live by that.
I'll take that as a compliment. So if you want the chair to talk.
Yep.
So if you've actually been hearing this, it actually was on the rec subcommittee tonight, but we were just talking about it on the public safety. About lighting up the rail trail, putting lighting down there, solar lighting. But one of the things I actually came up with, especially because it is a historical area, one of the things that I thought was of taking this actually from an idea that I saw in another community when I went to visit my parents in Florida, is that they had an area for their veterans that have passed away in combat, that were killed, KIAs. So one of the ideas that I have thought about was taking a portion of the rail trail, mostly right near the fire station where the tunnel is, and that area, and turning it into a veterans memorial. One of the ideas that I actually got, and I know people are going to be upset with me for saying his name, Tom Duggan, Councilor LaPlante from is doing this similar thing in Lawrence, where they get QR codes, and it's a story all over of a veteran that passed away in Lawrence or was killed in combat in Lawrence. What I want to do is put a plaque of the name of the veteran, with when they served, when they passed away, where they passed away, and then a QR code, and we can mention that to their families or reach out to anybody in the community that might know them to tell a brief story. So when they hit the QR code, it pops up the veteran, maybe a picture of them, and then it shows. So, and we do it throughout the trail. And one of the other ideas that I have, and again, everything's great with ideas, but the tunnel that goes underneath, I was actually talking to the arts, Jennifer, of painting that whole tunnel in the inside of all veterans things or historical things and call it the Tunnel of Freedom. Again, everything sounds good in theory, but funding and et cetera. But that's why I'm hopefully, we could get grants to help with or reach out to the VFW RSO, because I want to make sure this is respectable. I don't want to cross lines and not include anybody and feel like we're stepping on people, because I know how veterans care about their brothers in arms, and as a non-veteran, I do not want to disrespect anybody. So
I'd just like to say, we should definitely get the VFW, American Legion involved in that with some decision making. Let them know what we'd like to do, get some feedback from them, and keep them obviously very involved in what we're going to do.
It's a great idea. I think maybe the next meeting, I think we can invite some of the officers from from the VFW and the American Legion to come to our next meeting to give us some ideas where they want to see this committee go and the VSO office go, just for ideas, because there's no one better to talk about the private veteran and veterans themselves. So,
the you, Chair, if that's okay though, could we possibly reach out to them before our next meeting and have a meeting with them? Because like I said, I don't want to go a month and then have that. Like I said, I've been actively doing this for the last 3 weeks, talking to people, and people seem to be very interested in it. But I just don't want people to start dying out the idea after a month, and like be productive about it, because it's a very, everybody I've talked to in the community said, Ryan, I really like these ideas that you're doing. And I just don't, the fact that it's momentum is bringing, I just want to keep the momentum going. So that's why I wanted to see if we could reach out to the VFW and the American Legion and set up a meeting beforehand. So then when they do come, and we could bring them along, they could share the ideas to the public as well.
yeah, I love the ideas. Right? Who wouldn't, for that
If we
matter?
go back on the other idea, like they're saying to do in Lawrence with the QR codes, they've already had that going on, whether it's like, say, if you had a Gold Star family and you had some type of plaque up for them, and you go up, hit the QR code, we'll tell you about what happened, where they served, and everything, but also tell you a little bit about the kid. A lot of these veterans died were kids,
Yeah, of course,
kids,
of course.
under 22. So they'll tell you a little bit about them, and the family comes up with some of the narrative and everything, and they're pretty cool. So that's something I'd like to work on too.
Yeah,
if we can do that.
can you envision a bunch of our schools, the children coming here for field trips and going through that as a class and going from, memorial to memorial and then going through the tunnel? I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
You
See if we can get some funding or something for
because
it.
the past always shapes our future. So there's nothing better than veterans. And I love that idea too. You can have different eras, different wars, and depict pictures of those, Vietnam, Korea, and then Iraq, and
Absolutely.
so, yeah. So great ideas there. So, so feel free to obviously advocate, talk to people, and then we can share and then put a new agenda. But I agree, Ryan. We gotta not just talk about it. We gotta put it in action. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's a great idea. So that, I guess, going to the next thing, assignments for the next meeting, that will kind of bow to that. So you can work on those. We can work on ideas from the American Legion, but still invite him to the next meeting.
Yes.
Get some offices there, but let's put this
But
in
yeah,
motion.
let's try and get everybody in to sit down. And so when we come to that meeting, they can say, even if we're in that meeting and they say, listen, let's go back, and they'll go back to their members and talk about ideas. So when they do come to that meeting in a month, they could bring their ideas. If they don't have any ideas that meeting, at least we could say we had a meeting in 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks later they had enough time to bring their ideas to the table. So at least the momentum's still going.
Yeah.
That's more my concern is ideas. It seems it's great, and then it dies out.
Yep.
I don't want it to die out.
I agree. One of my favorite events for veterans was the event at the Merrimack Golf Course where the Cater family honored all the veterans, the Sunset Salute, and I enjoyed that immensely. But you know what was missing from that? Was younger veterans.
Yeah,
So I think we got to
missing a
tap
lot,
in
yeah.
somehow to the younger veterans who aren't at that, point in their post-military lives to kind of share. So I hope there's a way we can tap into that and welcome them along with the older veterans who I'm sure would love just interacting with them on a
Yeah,
regular
that's
basis.
something we could work on. And
Yeah.
to give, same thing like I was saying earlier, Paul credit. He did a lot of things, and he worked with the Cater family to get that going, and it was a pretty cool event.
awesome.
I've been there several times myself, and it was pretty good.
You see those older veterans all sitting around together sharing stories because they feel right at home. So
I thought it was one of the better ones. That just
Yeah,
put
me too.
together.
me too. So same thing with Forest Lake. That was
That's
always
pretty
awesome.
good too. Yeah.
Yeah. And again, it's all employees, public safety, and we got to get. I'm sure there's veterans in DPW inside City Hall, getting more people involved just to honor our veterans. But definitely tapping into our younger veterans who can then interact with our older.
Yeah, we got to try to
veterans.
get them involved because they know what it is that they're not involved a lot over at the VFW or a lot of the older
Exactly.
veterans are in there, and they just people I don't think go to the VFW as much, and they used to like this younger group of people, but try to see if I can tap into the younger
maybe
veterans.
we
40
can
and
reach
under.
out to Randy Carter in Clear Path. He
Yeah.
probably has a lot of avenues to reach those younger vets where we can kind of, put everyone
There's
together.
a few people that I'm going to be giving calls to this week that I've got their names over the last several days, and they've reached out and said, "Hey, give me a call." So, again,
Yeah.
I'll be doing that stuff. I just got a few things going on right now.
No
and-
doubt. You just called called for duty. Actually, here you are. It's almost like it was the draft. You
Good
got
though.
drafted.
It's good. I like helping people.
It's hard to say no to your country, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Good. So that's a good start, and I appreciate our intent here. So, anything else for the committee? No. All right. If there's nothing else, we have our assignments. We'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it.
call. Madam Clerk? Please take the roll.
Counselor Pesh.
Present.
Counselor Santos.
Present.
Counselor Samard.
Here.
Counselor Valley.
Present.
Counselor DiZoglio.
Present.
Counselor Drew.
Here.
Counselor McLaurin.
Present.
Counselor Marsan.
Here.
Chair Soto.
Present.
All present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Motion to accept the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor Valley. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Unanimous. We could please stand for a pledge of allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you could please remain standing.
Theodore Roosevelt said, "Speak softly and carry a big stick. You will go far."
Thank you, Counselor Pesh. Counselor Santos? Do you have an invocation this
Yes,
evening?
I would like to read Psalms 27:13. I remain confident of this. I will see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Waiting for the Lord. Be strong and take a heart and wait for the Lord. Amen.
Thank you. You may have a seat. There are no moments of silence today. Thank you. Public participation, Madam Vice Chair. The sheet is up on the podium.
At this time, we'll open public participation. Speakers are reminded to state their name and address for the record prior to speaking. Each speaker shall be allotted a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. They will receive a warning when 1 minute remains and will not be permitted to speak after the allotted time. Speakers, as well as audience members, are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and orderly manner. Any disruptive behavior may result in the immediate removal of such person to restore order and ensure orderly conduct of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you,
First up is Lisa Yared Ferry on that side of the
Good evening.
podium.
Thank you, councilors, for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm really proud to announce that First Church Congregational is having their 144th George Washington birthday dinner this Saturday, November 21st. I've invited all of you to be my guest. We'd love to have you come and enjoy this community dinner. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Susie.
Linda Susie, 10 Kirk Street, Methuen. Just here to talk about the Shannon Grant and the CDBG grant. Both of those grants help fund programming at the Lena Leahy Community Center down on Tenney Street. And I'd appreciate your vote in favor of passing both of those. It's money that comes from the state. It doesn't come out of the budget here. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wished to speak that didn't sign up? Seeing and hearing nobody, will close public participation. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. For organizational business, there is none. Reading and acceptance of the minutes from the previous meetings. We have 2 minutes to approve, so I'll start with the first. Wait for Madam Council Clerk to have a seat. Can I have a motion to approve January 20th, 2026 regular meetings?
Second.
Motion by Councilor Drew, seconded by Councilor Pesh. Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, I'll take a roll call.
Oh, no, we can do it.
Okay. Councilor Pesh.
Yes.
Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Councilor Samard.
Yes.
Councilor Valley.
Yes.
Councilor DiZoglio.
Yes.
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
Councilor McLaurin.
Yes.
Counselor Marcian?
Yes.
And Chair Soto?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Motion to approve regular council meeting minutes for February 2nd, 2026. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor DeZoglio, seconded by Counselor Valley. Any discussion on the February 2nd meeting minutes? I actually have something, if I can pass this over to Counselor Pesh. For actually, no, I'm gonna retract that. I'll take that back. I actually asked the question and it was answered, so thank you for that. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All in favor, motion carries. Next on the agenda, proclamations and correspondence. Citation for Sandy Wood Lahane. Is Sandy here this evening? Thank you. If you'd like to come up to the podium, ma'am. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
The Methuen City Council proudly recognizes Sandy Lehane for her extraordinary dedication and perseverance in completing the World Marathon Challenge, running 7 marathons on 7 continents in 7 consecutive days after training for over a year. A veteran of 14 Boston Marathon races, Mrs. Lehane undertook this remarkable challenge to benefit a Hopkinton Respite Center serving individuals with disabilities and their families. Her commitment to service, resilience, and community pride is an inspiration to Methuen and beyond. Congratulations, Sandy.
Thank you very much.
I also would like to say that she's the 77th woman in the world to complete this marathon.
Wow.
Marathon, and she raised over $100,000 for the charity.
Thank you
So,
for that.
congratulations.
Thank you.
We're so proud of you.
We will also take a recess to take pictures with you in a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Next, we have 2 other citations, and per request of those that were receiving the citation, they've asked to move the citation to the next meeting. They had to travel, but we do have a citation for Bernardo Peña on behalf of Counselor Santos.
The city of Methuen is proudly recognizing Bernardo Peña for his property investments and commitment to the growth of the vitality of our community. Through his investment, Mr. Peña has demonstrated confidence in Methuen future and contribute to our neighborhood's stability and economic development. His effort reflects civil pride and dedication to the strength of our city.
Congratulations. Okay, I'm going to recess for 5 minutes, if that's okay, so you can take a Kodak moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
5-minute recess. February 17, 2026. It is now 7:14 p.m. We're at the Great Hall, and we'll call the roll. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Pash.
Present.
Counselor Santos.
Present.
Counselor Samard.
Here?
Counselor Valley.
Present.
Counselor DiZoglio.
Present.
Counselor Drew.
Here.
Counselor McLaurin.
Present.
Counselor Marsan.
Here.
And Chair Soto.
Present. All here, unanimous. Thank you very much. Considerations of appointments. Motion to approve Tracy Levine Mills, Board of Health, and as an alternate. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor Valley. Is there any discussion on this appointment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Presentation, projects, and department update, there's none. We're moving on to the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll dive right in. Regarding our annual posting of the city payroll reports, that is due this month. The city side report is finished, and the report for the schools is being completed. Once that's done, we'll have those reports posted on the website, so that's going to be done very soon. Regarding some RFPs that are in progress, the RFP for grant writing services is up until March 5th, so we'll aim to bring a contract to you shortly after that RFP closes. As I've mentioned, the RFP for trash and recycling services is open. Questions were due today from prospective bidders, and the RFP also closes on March 5th. We have some new RFPs in the works. We're going out to bid for solar, first of all. Also, environmental and river cleanup services. This has been a topic of interest lately as well. And a retail incubator program. I don't want to dive too much into that, but I'll get into that as we have more details to share. These RFPs all cover a wide range of areas, from generating new revenue from a grant standpoint, and energy savings to economic development and environmental protection. So we've got a lot of exciting initiatives in the works that we'll have some progress on soon. Regarding our Veterans Office, as you may have heard, I recently appointed Tim Sheehy to serve as our acting VSO, of course. He's our former fire chief, in case anyone out there watching might not know. I thank former VSO Paul Jensen for his outstanding work on behalf of our veterans. Regarding acting VSO Sheehy, he's a Marine Corps veteran. He's a veteran of Operation Desert Storm. He's being supported in the office for the time being by Jessica Khalil from our procurement team. She's doing a great job. The Veteran Services Office has been hopping lately. The door is always open, so I encourage our veterans to stop by the office or reach out for help. Our new acting VSO brought a veteran with limited mobility to go grocery shopping last week, so there is quite literally no limit to the help he's willing to provide to our veterans. As I've mentioned publicly previously, we're forming a search committee to lead the way in terms of finding a permanent VSO, so I'll continue to keep you posted as that process unfolds. As you also saw recently, I established formally a new policy regarding cardiometabolic testing for sworn police officers in our city. This is an initiative that has been championed loudly by Chief McNamara. We are currently assessing up to 10% in terms of an administrative fee on private police details. That money automatically goes to the general fund. And so what we're doing is we're committing to including funding in the budget proposal that'll come to you in a couple of months. In essence, the funding in the budget will cover a voluntary cardiometabolic health screening program. We're going to be embracing a rolling 3-year model, so roughly 1/3 of the department would be tested each year, and we would start with the most senior 1/3 of the department. We might have some news to share about some additional funding opportunities to maybe get that off the ground sooner, but that's in the works. Our commitment to not only cardiometabolic testing, but also the new wellness policy that we have in place at the PD. This will all make for meaningful improvements to the way we take care of our police officers. And again, I thank the chief for his unrelenting advocacy to get this done. I want to remind residents to stay informed by registering for the city's emergency alert system. It's powered by a vendor called HyperReach. It's a system that delivers important notifications directly to your phone, or it can also be sent to you via text or even email. The alerts include things like weather emergencies, road closures, public safety updates, and urgent community notices. And you can sign up by visiting methuen.gov/emergency alerts. We're trying to get the word out to folks about signing up for that. Regarding the unaccepted waste map, Councilor Valley has that on the agenda. So the new map, it contains an outline, color-coded outline, accepted roads, unaccepted roads, state roads. I don't know if you had the chance to see it, Councilor. I had sent an email with a preview link, so if you can, check it out. DPW is working on putting the finishing touches, just making sure it's accurate before it goes live, but that's imminent in terms of the publishing. So I thank you, Councilor, for continuing to follow up on that. The Methuen Cultural Council is holding an event at the Methuen Memorial Music Hall on Saturday, March 28th from 1 to 3 p.m. It's going to be a celebration of their 2026 grant recipients. This year, they've granted nearly $39,000 to 26 grantees that'll work to enhance the arts and provide cultural experiences at the Senior Center, the Music Hall, the Rail Trail, the Nevins Library, the Arlington neighborhood, and our public schools. So that'll be a great event. Along the lines of something that Councilor Valley shared earlier, I want to give a shout out as well to Sandy Lahane. As it was mentioned, this is a Methuen resident who took part in the World Marathon Challenge, where these participants ran 7 marathons on 7 continents, and we actually learned just now in 6 days, not 7, which is crazy. I have a hard time getting around the track at Nicholson Stadium, never mind running 7 marathons. So kudos to her. She did it to raise money, as you mentioned, for the Michael Listnow Respite Center. They provide physical and emotional support for children and adults with disabilities. It's a remarkable accomplishment, and I'd like to join the City Council in congratulating and recognizing Sandy tonight. Regarding some upcoming events, as Lisa mentioned, the George Washington birthday dinner is coming up this weekend at First Church at 4 o'clock. We have the Dominican Independence Day celebration scheduled for Thursday, February 26th at 10 a.m. here at City Hall. We'll have a flag raising. There'll be a traditional breakfast served, so we're looking forward to that. Read Across America is happening during the first week of March at the Tenney, the Early Childhood Center over on Branch Street, as well as the Marsh. The PTOs are organizing that. I'm pretty sure they've sent the information to everybody, but if you need it, let me know and I can forward it to you regarding the dates and locations for that week. The Methuen 300 kickoff luncheon will be held on Friday, March 6th at 12 noon at the Nevins Library. The Methuen 300 Firebird Pops Orchestra concert is scheduled for Saturday, March 7th at the high school. Finally, and not to sound like a broken record, but the St. Patrick's Day Parade, organized by Councilor Drew in partnership with Councilor DeZoglio, is just over a month away. How the heck is that? Just over a month away from now? Where's time going? It'll be Saturday, March 21st. That'll do it for tonight's Mayor's Report. I have a couple of updates under requests of councils that we'll get to, but in the meantime, I am always happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In regards to the Read Across America, could you kindly forward that to the council?
Yes.
And just for context, counselors, that's an invitation from our schools for you to opt in to read to our children. And so you would confirm your presence. They will meet you, greet you there, and then they'll walk you over to a classroom where you will be able to read a book to the students. So I hope you could all participate.
We'll get those details to you.
Yeah, thank you. Next, Madam Caffel, it is your report on the agenda.
Thank you. I just passed out 2 pieces of paper that I'm going to reference. So our free cash was certified by the state. at just over $20 million. So what I wanted to do is provide something that some of you may have seen before, but it's just kind of a historical summary of where we've been with free cash and where we are currently, starting with 2019 when we were in a deficit. So there's a really great amount of progress that you've seen there. I'm looking at the free cash historical summary just so that you're looking at the same one. A huge improvement over our reserve there. I do also want to notice, though, that in 2019, that total general fund budget was $171 million, and now in 2026, we're at $220. So while our reserve has grown intentionally and painstakingly, our budget has grown significantly as well. So there's always a balance there. So what you'll see there is the free cash as a total percent of budget. The goal is to be about 10%. And so you can see we came from a negative number, and now we're sitting right around 9-10%. So we're right where we want to be, and just kind of trying to stay the course with what that looks like. I will note as well, we did use $1.8 million or almost $1.9 million to balance the budget for 2026. And so I know you're going to get irritated with how often I say that out loud, but it's a concern for me going into 27's budget. So I just want to make sure that we all have that in the forefront. The other page that I gave you is a little bit more information on our reserves. Again, this is something that you may have seen already, but for our new counselors, it's not something that you've seen before, and I thought it would be helpful to have and to be aware of. These are all of our different reserve funds that we have. All have different purposes, all have different funding sources, and all have different uses that we're allowed to use with them. So I'm going to really quickly run through them, but then I'm happy to answer any questions. That first line is what I was just mentioning, is our free cash number. That's the same line that we were just looking at. The following line, retained earnings, that is a similar item as free cash, only it's specific to our enterprise fund, our water sewer fund. So they have their own. Free cash can only be used for the general fund. So enterprise fund has their own. This is actually a concern for me, and I just want to have everybody kind of mentally note this. You'll see a significant drop in 2026 certified retained earnings. This is a big concern because we've been using our retained earnings to balance the enterprise budget for multiple years now, and doing that in lieu of raising rates. And we've gotten to a point now that we can't continue that way, at least not as status quo. So I do anticipate that we're going to be bringing rate increases for water sewer forward before the budget process. What that looks like exactly, I'm not sure yet, so we'll be forthcoming with that. But I just want to kind of set the tone for why that's going to come forward. And I know we talked about rates last year and we talked about rates the year before, so that's not a new conversation. But I just wanted to point that out because it's a concern. Also a positive, that's a positive number. So we have $600,000 in reserve. That's a good thing. So I don't want to say it's not, but just based on how you can see the number drop that way, it's just something I want to bring your attention to. General stabilization, that's our exactly what it is, general stabilization fund. So that's something that the council can use. They call it a rainy day fund. We tend to go to free cash or general stabilization for items throughout the year as needed with council's approval. The funding source for general stabilization for the past few years was the meals tax revenue. We had 100% of our meals tax revenue for multiple years going there to build up that stabilization fund. So you can see back in 19, we had 1.6 million in there. We grew it all the way up to over 8 million. A decision was made during this last budget process to temporarily rescind that. So currently there's 0% going into the stabilization fund. So that 5.8 that's currently there, there's going to be nothing that's added to that this year. So that would be the balance, unless we need to utilize it. That'll be the balance at the end of the year as well. Public Safety Stabilization Fund. This is funded by our ambulance certified public expenditure program. We get about $400,000 to $450,000 a year from that. The fire department does amazing work with putting all of that together and requesting those funds. We've been able to purchase fire trucks, ambulances, other public safety equipment out of that fund. In fact, I think that we used it to help support the budget at one point as well. So that's been an incredible reserve that we've been able to utilize. You'll see right now that there's a much smaller balance, and that's because we have, right now with fire trucks and ambulances, the lag time on ordering those is extreme, years. So we had the opportunity during this year to be able to put money towards ordering 2 different ambulances. So those are coming. So that's why there's that big drop off there. We only get that revenue in once a year, and that's usually in June. So we'll see that balance go up hopefully before the end of the fiscal year. Stadium and park stabilization. This is funded for our Nicholson Stadium. It's meant to be like a maintenance fund for that. I think the grand idea is for it to build up enough that we can redo the track or things of that nature. That's a very expensive project, so we're slowly, chipping away what that looks like. We anticipate about $145,000 of billboard revenue to go in there. That's where all of our billboard revenue goes into. We really haven't used that fund. Again, anticipating slowly being able to put most of that towards the track when it's time. And so we anticipate that being over $800,000 before the end of the fiscal year. The opioid stabilization fund, that is a settlement, a legal settlement that it's not just us, is it national, international, I'm not even sure, but a settlement that we got, and we have received, we tend to receive about $150,000 to $300,000 a year. It fluctuates depending on when the payouts come through from the companies. We're anticipating about $144,000 for fiscal year 26. There's very specific things that we're able to use those for related to addiction and things of that nature that would have been caused by the use of opioids. So there's very specific things that we can use that for, but we have been able to utilize that for our public safety in supporting 1 or 2 fire and police positions. So that's been great that we've been able to do that and continue to do that there. And the last thing is the OPEB Trust Fund. This is to fund long-term retirement. We don't actually have a current funding source that we have going in there each year. So we have put money there sporadically over the years, and then we have interest going there. So you can see small increases there that's really being driven by interest increases. We should have a plan at some point to fund that, but on the priority list here, we haven't been able to get there yet. But that was a whole lot of information, but I think it's important, and I just wanted to make sure that you guys had that, and I'm happy to answer any questions either now or later when you're thinking about it.
I see Councillor Marsan.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
So you told us that we used the meals tax for revenue for the general stabilization.
Mm-hmm.
What do we use for free cash? How did we go in 7 years that we saved $20 million?
So free cash, well, we've changed the thought around free cash from prior to 2019. So when the state came in to help kind of right the ship a little bit, they were very direct with how we should be using free cash and how we shouldn't be using free cash. So we're trying to balance conservative budgeting with conservative use of budget. And not using free cash for everything and anything. Really using it when we need to for things that we really need to get after. Whereas before, I don't think the balances were as high, and also they weren't as specific with how they were being used. So we're not utilizing it quite as much as it used to, based on like the total amount. So for example, if you look at 19, free cash certified was 3 million. They used 4.5. So I tried to, or not, I'm sorry, the wrong page, this page. Free cash historical summary. I tried to show like the use of free cash based on each year, like how much of that free cash did they use during that year. So we are upticking how much we're using, but our balance is significantly more. So the percentage that we're using is much less than it was. I don't know that that was helpful. I'm sorry.
So it didn't answer the question. What's the revenue source?
Oh, I'm sorry. The revenue source, I'm so sorry, is just the remaining amount of the budget. So any revenue that we receive over what we budget and any expenditures that we don't spend in our budget falls to the bottom line and it increases free cash.
Because people keep asking, where do we get our $20 million from?
That's right. Sorry.
The reason for the...
That's a much easier answer.
Raised but not spent.
Councillor Pesh.
Thank you. Just a question for the stadiums and park stabilization. Why the black boxes? And the reason I'm asking is I thought the billboards, or at least maybe this combines them all, and I'm going completely off of memory, so forgive me. But I thought the billboards were set up like 2016, 2017, around that, somewhere along the line to like preserve the turf. With that in mind, and maybe collectively we've done something else with it. I'm just wondering where, like what happened in 2019, 2020, 2021, that they're blocked off.
So those were not, that we didn't have a formal stabilization fund for those at that time. So we didn't establish that until TR 20-31.
So I guess where's the money then from the original? Because I think originally when the billboard signed on, they gave like a very large deposit. And then they gave, I think it was a certain amount. Were you a counselor at that time? Because I see Counselor Marsan nodding. And then I think they had to give so much every year. So I guess where's that money?
That's there.
It's part of that 81,000?
That's what we had at the time, yes.
So did we spend it?
Prior to that, I would have to look and see what would happen before then. This is when it was a formalized stabilization fund. So we may have had another fund that had that money in there. But I'm just including it from when it was a formal, like it was
this
formalized with
particular
council.
fund. That's fine. Can you get me the information on the fund that it was prior and what the original contributions were? Because the reason I'm concerned is we all know the turf is going to need replacement soon. And I think that was set up primarily for that. And I would just like to make sure that wherever that money is somehow gets to here to offset the cost, especially because I think it's going to be high.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor DeZoglio.
So to go off the stadium and park stabilization, and one of the things I want to say was that, because it said it was for Nicholson Stadium too, not just the turf, or could it be used for other things at Nicholson Stadium?
I think it's the stadium overall. I actually think that there's like park language in there as well. I could provide the actual resolution.
The reason why I asked is because the stadium itself, it needs a paint job. And the fact that we have $706,000, instead of it letting it continue to look like it's hasn't been done in like 20 years when we just did it, I think 8 years ago, and it needs another paint job. I'd rather use it this year to do that when we have the money to do it. I know the turf is important, but at the same time, we want to also have our stadium look presentable. And if we have the funds to do it, we should sit down as a council and say, maybe we should be doing that this year. So if you could get me that resolution, if it's just used for the turf, then we'll figure out another way. But if it's used for the entire stadium, then we should consider using that money for that.
I'll send it out.
Thank you.
Councillor Drew.
Just want to clarify to Councilor DeZoglio, we spoke today at the Parks Subcommittee meeting. Superintendent Angelo had talked about having it painted this year. It is on his CIP to be done this year, to have it painted. So that is something that is done. Can I go to the CAFO? Madam CAFO, how are you? My question goes to the free cash historical summary. The use of free cash, what are you forecasting 2026 to be expending? Right now, it's blank.
So we haven't spent any yet because we have it just was certified. So we're not allowed to use it until the state certifies that it's available.
Okay.
So we haven't used any of it.
So we don't have anything that's like, all right, this is where it's going to come out of so far, like your earmarked.
There's definitely conversations that the mayor is having with myself and his administration. I'm sure that we'll bring something forward.
Okay, I mean, I'm looking at the way this is forecasting and trending. I mean, it's not looking good. So I just want to know if we're going to keep trending upwards with the 10%. Next year's probably going to be 12 to 15 if we keep on the same trajectory. So just want to make sure we have some sort of information. And that was my question on that. Mm-hmm. And then the other one was the enterprise fund that you alluded to. It's a big concern, I know, to the community that we're going to see rate increases. Do we know roughly percentage-wise what we might be looking at?
No.
No.
So I just wanted to kind of tie that together with this, just so that it's, when we do bring it forward, it's not the first time that you're hearing about it, mm-hmm. and that there's an understanding that there's a basis around why we would be bringing it forward. So we have not finished that or finalized what that will look like. It's just kind of a determination of this is not going to. We've used 1.8 million in 25 and 2.5 million in 26. You can see that gap's getting bigger, and we only have 598,000 to use. So we're just anticipating a problem.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Any other counselors?
If I could add to
Mr.
that,
Mayor.
just something else to keep in mind. So the last time this was a subject of interest and frankly controversy in Methuen was, I think, early 2024. And the issue is that there had been over 5 years, at least 5 years, that had gone by where there had been no adjustments to the water rates. And so when it came time to tweak them, right, the amount, thank you so much. I'm getting over something. Again, I've been sick all winter. Anyway, so the issue is that the city had gone for over 5 years not raising the rate at all. And so when it came time to actually make that adjustment, it was significant all at once. And so, excuse me, one of the things have been talking about is trying to see if we can have a more predictable schedule so that we're not surprising people with a sudden adjustment to the rates after not doing it for 5, 6, 7 years. And so that's something that we're talking about, just so we can have some predictability and also not a shock for residents when that does happen.
Counselors, so just a question in regards to, you see 2020, 2021 to 22 on free cash certified. For context, that's COVID dollars, 21 to 22, that jump of about 8 million, and then we have another jump of about 4 million, or no?
So there's no COVID money that's included in this.
In this?
Yeah, so
Okay.
that big jump was perhaps driven partially by COVID because we had no idea at what was going on. We didn't know how long it was going to last. We didn't know what the state was going to give us for the next budget. So it was a very tumultuous time where we froze everything because we were really unsure. People were working from home. It was a very unsure time. So we were extra conservative at that point. And then we ended up ending the year with a lot of surplus because of that. Also, we couldn't do a lot of things that we would have done had the city been open, but because of COVID, we weren't doing them. So that's really what drove that. So in essence, yes, but there's no actual COVID money, federal or state, that is included in this.
Okay. So that's an interesting exercise to look at, where you have, and I sent an article over to the mayor and the council regarding what's happening in Lowell. And so if we look at that time frame and how we became conservative, if we can take anything from then, obviously we weren't in the building and operational, as you just stated, but what can we take from that time to slim down? And I guess that's a question directly to you, because you would know.
Well, my immediate reaction is not do things. Okay. You know, some of it is really that we weren't doing things, you know, recreation. We did nothing for recreation during that period because no one was allowed to leave their houses. So like things of that nature, not necessarily the answer that people are going to want to hear is really is do less.
But we could do an analysis as to what are the things that we could go without. I mean, I wouldn't say go without recreation.
Right. That was just an example.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Something to add to that. So one of the issues that other municipalities had is every municipality used their ARPA money, the American Rescue Plan Act money, differently. And so in some municipalities, they may have created new programs and things like that, right? And they used ARPA to fund that. But the challenge is now that ARPA is a thing of the past, it's already allocated and it's got to be spent completely, I think, by the end of this year, if I'm not mistaken, for some of these projects. The challenge for cities like Lowell is they use their ARPA funds to stand up some new programs, which are great for Lowell, but the challenge is that those programs now have to be absorbed in the municipal operating budget in order to continue now that the ARPA funding source has subsided. And what's different from Methuen is that we used our ARPA funding for specific projects. For instance, the Burnham Road sewer pump station, the Arlington neighborhood infrastructure project. And so would be an issue is if we had set up some new programs with that ARPA money, you know, getting to that point where, okay, that money's gone, how do we keep those programs going? Well, we would probably find ourselves in a precarious position, like, say, a Lowell. But because of the fact that we use them on mostly those one-time projects that have been neglected for many years, it's not something that we need to sustain. Like, we're not going to have to worry about maintaining the Burnham Road project year after year, for instance, in our planning. So I think that speaks to some of the nuances where in municipalities that use the ARPA funding to create something that they're now relying on and now have to fund otherwise, they're running into some trouble.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Drew, and then I'll go to DeZoglio.
Just one more question on the free cash summary. So what is your expectation or your comfort spot percentage-wise versus our budget? You know, right now we're at 9.1% of our budget in free cash.
10%.
Is it 15? Is it 20? What is that number?
10.
10? 10 is your comfort level?
10,
so over
10
that,
is my
we'll
happy
roll.
spot, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To you, Madam Chair. So can you explain the enterprise fund revenue to me? Because I heard and everybody's concerned about it. I still don't understand it. Can you explain why that's important, like, to know? I'm just curious.
The revenue or the retained
Well, it
earnings?
says enterprise fund revenue. What is the enterprise fund?
So enterprise fund retained earnings is like fund balance. It's the amount that they have available in their fund balance amount. So if it's not as important if we're not using it to fund the budget, but we are. And so that's where the concern is, because we're not raising enough revenue annually through our water sewer rates. So we're supplementing that with retained earnings. But if we don't have enough retained earnings to supplement, then we don't have enough to balance our budget in water sewer.
Okay, so if I'm right, that it's based off of our water and sewage. This is where the money's coming from?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That just makes more sense.
Anyone else? Moving on. Request of councilors, Mr. Mayor.
Sounds good. I have a few that I didn't address already. Councilor Valley asked about the Echo Lane sewer connection, so this was something that we included in the CIP. So the funding is there. It's a matter now of DPW. They have some initial cost estimates for that project, but now the whole focus is going to be on coordinating with the abutters. There had been talk of maybe something like a betterment, some way that there is that buy-in from residents, because at the end of the day, this is a project that is benefiting one particular street. And so we have to confirm with legal about exactly what that looks like. But the next step is to really put the funding to use. It's there. It's a matter now of implementing the project. So this might be something that we can follow up on and keep on the agenda, because it is an extensive progress. It's been talked about for a long, long time. And so at least now we have the funding and we can go from there.
Thank you.
Regarding clarification about the parental leave, some very good questions, a lot of common misconceptions floating out there. So right out of the gate, I want to mention that there is a program at the state level. It's the Paid Family and Medical Leave Act. The city of Methuen does not participate in that. Municipalities, cities and towns are exempt from participating in that program, and so we've just never opted in at any point. We do provide FMLA, which is separate. With FMLA, it allows for up to 12 weeks of unpaid, in essence, job-protected leave each year. So let's say hypothetically you go out for some issue that is tied to FMLA. It's not necessarily, doesn't have to be, say, a birth or an adoption. It could be like a family health issue, something like that. There's a little more of an extensive set of criteria for that. What it does is it, in essence, allows you to take that leave and know that when you come back at the end of, say, your 12 weeks, there isn't going to be somebody else sitting in your chair at work. In essence, it protects your job, but it doesn't provide you with compensation. And so because of the fact that we don't participate in PFML, the Paid Family and Medical Leave Program at the state level, we only offer FMLA. There's no compensation for the leave. So the thinking is that with providing paid parental leave, we're able to do two things. First of all, we're able to match what the teachers received in their collective bargaining agreements last year. This is something that the teachers have had since that time. But also now on the city side, if you are going to be going out on leave to either give birth or say adopt a child, and that use is limited, where it's not open to all the other FMLA criteria. This is only relative to, say, birth, adoption. You can have up to 4 weeks of paid leave instead of having to bank all of your sick time and hope that you're not getting sick, as you're leading up to the point where you would be giving birth. And so the whole purpose is we're changing that with this new policy from the administration. But there is that misconception out there where folks say, well, people have FMLA, right? There is a benefit already. That's true, but the issue is that nobody receives compensation as a result of that benefit. It only protects your job. This goes a little bit further. The main impact, this is actually a great question. I'm glad the Vice Chair asked about the financial impact. The CAFO shared that she had provided some information that hypothetically, let's say there was somebody in the police department, the fire department that needed to utilize this. We might be looking at some overtime tweaks that would need to be made, but ultimately, when you have all that time in the lead up to somebody, say, giving birth or adopting a child, there's a lot of time to plan for that in terms of your staffing needs. And so I think there's ways that we can be strategic in terms of limiting that cost. But that's what we would be looking at in terms of a hypothetical expense. Now, just I guess for the sake of illustration, this isn't something where you have, a whole host of employees needing it at any given time. Like right now, I think there are, maybe has been 2 people over the course of the past few months, at least here in this building, that would utilize this or potentially benefit from it. So it's not widespread. It's limited, I think, in terms of impact. So it's something that I think is the right thing to do. I think it makes us a more competitive employer, especially when you look at the private sector, how they offer this type of incentive. I think that it helps us from a competitiveness standpoint. Also on the agenda, Councilor Santos, I know you had the opportunity to visit the Central Fire Station recently.
Okay.
And
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
if you don't mind, and my apologies for interrupting
Sure.
you, sir. I'd like Councilor Pesch, because she did put that on the agenda, and I know there were other councilors that had follow-up questions to that particular item. Before we move on, that's addressed. So I'd like to give.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I agree with everything you say. I'm so confused by this for a whole bunch of reasons. One, you said things like there's a hypothetical expense. Well, this almost sounds like my old insurance argument that came up that I was hung out to dry for, right? Hypothetical, that the CAFO came back with hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hypothetical expense to people, even though it was never utilized, and we know historically it was never utilized. Now we've got something, and let me preface this by saying I would give everything to our employees. They work hard. If we have the money, I am not putting it down. I am just so frustrated with how this came out. And to me, now you're saying that the school side has it, but I'm assuming it was part of a collective bargaining agreement that they did that, not by executive order. Am I correct in assuming that?
So it is in their CBA, but we did a lot of strategizing about the exact way to roll this out. and this is perfectly fine to do it this way.
Even if it's fine, wouldn't it have made more sense to do it as a collective bargaining agreement and get something for this? It just, to me, it just seems very strange. And again, we're put in a tough position because now I'm speaking out against something that is wonderful for our employees, where you, Mayor, issued this executive order with a whole bunch of kudos online. So it's really tough because the one thing I learned from trying to equalize the law that we are not equally applying by making insurance equal for all part-time employees was that the residents are not happy with their taxes. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking potential cost. If this were a councilor's proposal and the CAFO had to write this up, this would have a millions of dollar implication by the same way that she wrote the potential for the insurance. So I'm just confused, and I'm sorry if I seem a little frustrated, because I was hoping that you said, and this is why I asked the question, because I had some residents call me and there was confusion around it, right? The PMFLA versus the FMLA and so forth. So I was hoping that it was just, we were like opting in, because now they don't have to use their sick time either. So now not only are we compensating for something, we're also going to end up paying for sick time on the back end that they don't have to use. So while I think it's a wonderful benefit for you to sit there and say the reason we can afford it is because we're going to plan for it, it just seems like a strange strategy where, I mean, we can plan for anything, right? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't understand how it didn't come before the council when this is going to have a huge impact on our budget, potentially. And I'm confused by it. And while I think it's a great idea, if you're sitting there saying, hey, listen, this isn't going to impact us at all, and this is going to be wonderful, and it's going to have zero impact to the budget, then great. I just don't see any situation where that's going to hold true.
Any other counselors on this topic? Counselor Samard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree somewhat with Councilor Pesha on that, because we don't know what the cost would be. And I'm never given an executive order. So let me ask the CAFO, obviously an executive order, could it be rescinded if it becomes too costly for the city? Because that is a great point that she does bring up. And what if you have two firefighters that are married and who don't work road jobs or details, who now are going to get a month off each, and what is that going to do to the overtime in that department? So my question is can we reassess this, and can you rescind an executive order down the road if it becomes too costly, where maybe we can reduce it, maybe one parent at a time, or tweak it somewhat to be less costly if it does rise to that level?
I believe that was for the CAFO, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
I would actually, if it's okay, defer to the solicitor on the executive order, because that's outside of mine.
So
I could rescind it, or the city council, if hypothetically, like the school committee sued me for a recent executive order about consolidating IT. So hypothetically, that is an option too.
If I may, Mr. Solicitor, the question is about rescinding the executive order. That's the question?
Yeah, if we
Just for clarification.
see that it's too costly and that we didn't anticipate, like she said, it's just uncertain as what the cost could be down the road, even a year from now, if we assess it.
If I may add to that, what the recommendation should, the correct way, if there is one, of that happening.
So only the mayor can rescind his executive order. The council can't force the mayor to do that. I will note that an executive order is not permanent. So if there's a new mayor or the mayor changes his mind, they can rescind the executive order. And so, these types of things, if it becomes a permanent solution that people think is right for the community and works, should be put into ordinance at some point.
Ordinance.
If the will of the city is for it to be a permanent benefit and change.
If I may just finish with, just for the record, I am in support of a paid medical leave, but at what cost, that's all.
Counselor DiZoglio.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So for my understanding, though, the only way they could, obviously, people have some issues with that, would be during budget season. They would have to, I'm pretty sure that would be on a line item, and they would have to vote on that line item to cut it, correct? Would that?
Well, so right now, the executive order only extends additional leave, paid leave. And so that's generally accounted for in the budget that you've already voted on. So there are certain situations which would require additional money, such as police and fire, because under contractual obligations with our union contracts, we have minimums. You know, certain trucks can't go out without a certain number of people, things like that. So if a certain person that's critical has to be out, then there may be a requirement to backfill that position. So that would be an additional expense. But I mean, I do think from a practical standpoint, this is not, you know, extending this benefit to a wide swath of people. It's a limited group of people.
I just want to recognize that I am for this. I just wanted to explain to the public that for that to happen, you can't rescind the executive order. The most likely is to cut the item for next year's budget. But I'm in all favor for this. Thank you.
So I just want to add to what Council Pash was saying about my feelings about this executive order. It just feels that our opinion wasn't considered into this decision. And yes, I do agree that the employees deserve that and a little bit more if needed. But what impact is that going to create in our budget when there's so many other areas in our city that needs help?
Just one last question to the solicitor, and I don't know the answer to this. I'm hoping you do. I know that there must be very specific mechanisms or reasons for issuing an executive order. Are they limited? And is this something that would fall under that? Or would it have been better served as a collective bargaining agreement like the school side did?
I mean, I can't really answer that. The mayor has broad power to issue executive orders on any issue within his authority, and his authority under the charter is very broad. And so with respect to this particular executive order, he's entitled under the charter to set the salaries, compensation, and benefits of those under that he's appointed, so long as it's within appropriation. And so right now it is within appropriation, and I think Councilor DiZoglio is correct. At budget time, you have the ability to modify those appropriations as you see fit. And, you know, certainly that's one way to deal with it. You could adopt another ordinance that changes this benefit. An ordinance would override an executive order if you decided to do something different. So there is a balance, a check and balance that goes back and forth. But I mean, as an idea, I think that, you know, it's an executive order is kind of a test. Like I said, it's not permanent. If you want to make something permanent, you're better off doing it in ordinance, and then it survives until such time as an ordinance is changed. So,
okay, I didn't know if it had a specific requirements.
There's no
attached to it.
specific
it's pretty broad.
requirements in the charter about the scope of executive power. It's generally linked to whatever broad powers are contained within the charter. So I did look at that, and I do think that it's within the mayor's authority to do this on this limited basis. If you know, we did have discussions with the CAFO and did some projections as to what the costs might be, but if it were something that were way outside the current appropriation, then it probably wouldn't be within his authority to do. But that's not the case here. We looked at, I mean, you're essentially giving somebody who's already salaried, you know, time off from work, and they continue to receive the salary that's already been appropriated. You know, other than the unique situations where there has to be a backfill, there may need to be an additional appropriation for that specific purpose. And I mean, I think it makes sense in this case for, and I'm sure that this will occur, that the mayor and CAFO will track the use of this over whatever period and report back to the council, and, you know, they can create a mechanism for that. Maybe there needs to be a separate budget item to show what's actually being expended for this particular item.
Could we, Madam Caffo, please get those projections that the solicitor referenced when you guys were working this out so that the council can see the projections? And then can I ask, Mayor, if we could move this to a separate line item on the budget so that we can see how it plays out and then we can at least assess it? Because again, I think we're all in agreement. We'd love to give the world to our hardworking employees. I just want to make sure that the taxpayers can actually sustain it. Thank you.
Councilor McLaren.
This sort of goes off of the conversation that was just being had. I am in support of this. I think it improves equity in the workforce. I think that it makes us a more competitive employer. It'll help us to attract and retain talent, which is really important. But obviously, the overwhelming concern of the council is the financial impact. I'm curious, do we have some sort of compilation of existing data for exactly how many city employees take that kind of leave as it is? Because I have a hard time imagining that it's this huge number that's going to cost us millions of dollars. I'm sure there will be a financial impact that we need to account for, but I'm just curious, do we have any way of looking back at past fiscal years and just how many employees would foreseeably be taking advantage of this?
Yeah, we could look at past FMLA instances.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay. Any other? Councilor Drew.
My question isn't so much with this. Mr. Mayor, I applaud you on this and what you did with the police. My concern is really, we've seen 2 executive orders come out in the last couple of days. I found out about it on social media. I didn't know anything of it. I didn't have a chance to discuss it. So I got blindsided by some people who called me and asked questions. I just don't know why we wouldn't have had this conversation as a council to bring it to us, because these are great things that this council, that these people should get. It is an excellent item on both the police and this paid family medical leave thing. I just would have liked to see that so that we could have had it as a body. We want to have this bridge where we can actually work together. And, we talk about picking up an oar and going in the right direction. This is one of those things that we need to trust this council and the executive branch to work together to move this city in the right direction. So when we talk about these things, we would like to see this kind of come through. And I'll let you comment on that, and I have one more thing.
Yeah, it's a fair point. So what I've been doing is utilizing this tool as a way to, in essence, set forth our administration's policies as it relates to, say, including funding for testing in the budget, dealing with leave and such. So what I think might be helpful is anytime I make an adjustment to any of our policies, I obviously send this to all the department heads so that they're able to actually go ahead and implement whatever I'm asking them to implement. But what I could do also is maybe just CC the council, and that way you're able to have that same communication that I share with the department heads, and then ultimately you'll get a sense of where I'm trying to steer the ship in terms of these administration policies. Very, very fair point.
I just look at these 2 items, and in my opinion, they should have been ordinances because they are great things that we should be offering our employees, which would be great. But I'd love to see the actual impacts that we're going to see on them, and they would have been able to stay long-term. So that's my concern with that. The other item is, we've heard before about things that we can't buy, we can't do because we have to find a funding source. What is the funding source for this? If we have to backfill employees, where's that funding source coming from? And, we've talked about the expected pay for the year, but those are my questions.
Yes, Madam Caffo.
For fiscal year 26, it'll have to come out of each department's overtime budget as necessary or as it comes up in those departments.
So we don't know if that's going to actually hinder those departments. Like, let's say somebody goes out in the police department and then that hurts his overtime budget, and now he's going to have to come back looking for more money for his overtime.
Potentially.
Okay. And did you explore, I know we said that the municipality doesn't have to opt into PFMLA. Did we explore what that cost is for the city when we're doing this in comparison to just doing this one item as a blanket across the city in all departments?
The HR director did look into that, and we looked into it in the past when it came out originally, and it was much more complicated, complex, And so this was the best way financially and complexity-wise to go forward. It was much more expensive to do the other way.
It's very expensive. The community, that both workers have to contribute and the city has to make a contribution to that. And it allows for a much more generous benefit that people can take, for not just parental leave, but for any of the FML reasons. And also you can take it every 12 months and be out for a much longer period of time. So some communities, there have not been that many municipalities that have adopted it because it tends to be very disruptive to their workforce in terms of how many people are out.
I agree. I just wanted to make sure that we've looked at all of this and ensure that it's been apples to apples, if this was a savings on this part of it or not.
Mr. Mayor, I think there are 2 items still that you had to.
Yeah, so Councilor Santos had included some requests about the public safety complex, or, talking about some type of variation of a new police, fire, DPW facility. So as we referenced earlier, we were talking about anytime, we order a new fire truck, for instance, we have to have that fire truck custom made because the Central Fire Station was built in 1899. And, this is something I've referenced previously, how just the doorways, right, the entryways for that fire station, in order to fit, a truck in there, has to be custom made because that building was built at a time when the main method of transportation was, in essence, horse and buggy type situation. So, now, of course, we're a world away from that, and our needs have changed immensely over the past, 125 plus years. And so one of the things that I have been looking at, and I guess I'll give you kind of the 30,000 foot view and kind of walk you back from the start. So Mayor Perry had been exploring some ideas related to a joint public safety facility where we would have police and fire under the same roof. And then, of course, we have this issue with the DPW building, which is a disaster as well. And so there had been some thought in the past about getting after at least the DPW building. And so the city contracted with a firm called Weston and Sampson. And this goes back to 2018, I think, right? And so they had been looking at these concepts for, okay, what can we do in terms of DPW? They hadn't done anything with police or fire at the time. And now at this point, with Weston and Sampson, we are in the process, we're expanding the scope with them so that rather than just having them focus on a feasibility study for DPW, we're asking them to also factor in, okay, let's take a look at police and fire as well. Because there's, I think, ongoing conversation, say in the context of police, where, we do have some prime real estate right there on Hampshire Street, right off of Broadway, 213. Does it make sense to maybe try to, build a new police station there? But then the issue that I keep coming back to is that, well, that still leaves fire and DPW. What do we do about that? And so I floated an idea. Some thought I was a little crazy, but it's something that Weston and Sampson has included on their list of possible locations to, house a municipal complex. And one of those spots is the site of the current Days Inn property. That's something that they are actually taking a look at, just so we can have a sense of how that might fit into the list of options. But the challenge that we have as a municipality is that we don't have a very extensive amount of land to work with. We don't have a ton of options by way of space to utilize. One of the discussions that have been underway was about using the Batty property over off of Pleasant Valley Street as a possible site for a DPW complex. And then, finally, the engineering firm, they get into that space and they're finding that there are all of these tremendous issues with using that site. Environmental problems, At one point, we learned that it had been used as a dumping ground for debris from the Big Dig back many years ago. I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's confirmed or not, but I heard a rumor that it was also at one point a burial ground for the Winter Hill Gang, Whitey Bulger's gang back in the day. So, we think of, okay, how about we utilize this space or at least look at it, and then we look at it and we find that, holy cow, there's all these crazy issues with it. And so at this point, I think the most realistic path forward is to take a look at some of these locations that are centrally located. I still personally love the Days Inn idea. I think it would solve a host of issues, and it's such an ideal location. But that would, of course, involve other considerations that I don't want to get into at this point. But long and short of it, Weston and Sampson is our go-to for this study. We're in the process of finalizing an arrangement where they're taking on an added scope to cover police and fire. And this is something that I want to get after as soon as possible, because it's an issue or a series of issues that has been talked about for quite literally decades. Central Fire Station, as I mentioned, 1899 when that was built. So fixes to this have been a long time coming, and we're committed to getting that ball rolling now. And so long answer to your question is that we do have an arrangement with Weston and Sampson that we're taking advantage of to actually have a concrete study and some options to look at.
Do you have any time frame? Because this is not the first time I bring this subject to the table. Do we have any time frame to know where are this building going to be either rebuilt, replaced? If we're going to have to just rebuild these buildings in the same spot they are, how long do we need to wait to get a result back from this study? That's my main question. That's one. And another thing is that a feasibility study was done between 2018 and 2019, and I just would like to take a look at it. No one knows what it is. How do I get that information?
So we can provide a copy of that too. The issue is that it only deals with DPW. It doesn't take into account police and fire. And so at the time, this was, I think, during the Jujuga years, where one of the options that had been discussed was trying to have some type of a setup where the DPW facility was adjacent to 213, and there would be this, I guess a separate ramp 213 that provided access, and that just wouldn't work in terms of planning with the state. And so, the issue that they ran into back at that time was, I think this challenge with space. But ultimately, to answer your question about time frame, it's going to be determined by the Weston and Sampson process. But what I will say is, we're already roughly 2.5 months into our new council here, into our new administration. And, I think that it's very productive that we are so intentional about getting after these issues that have been issues longer than many of us have been alive. So it's something that we're getting after as soon as we can. I think in terms of the ultimate scope with Weston and Sampson, once that's finalized, that will give us a much better sense of what we can expect in terms of time frame.
Madam Chair, this is something that has been going on since 2018, and we're already into year 8. I totally understand that at the time you were not the mayor, but this is something that needs to be taken care of. I was at the fire department. I toured the fire department, the police department. I was at the DPW building today, and it's very scary. This is something serious. Have you done any reach out to any higher authorities to see how we're gonna get the money to get this work done? I was just in Washington D.C. last week, and I was able to speak with Senator McKee's office, and there is available funds, but we just need to submit the request. Is any request has been submitted for this?
Well, so oftentimes it's not advised to submit a request until you have done, say, a feasibility study and you have a plan in place based on that feasibility study. So what we would want to do is be cautious about putting the cart before the horse. We wouldn't want to state to, for instance, Senator Markey or Senator Warren that, hey, we're ready to go with this project, but if we don't have all of it laid out, I think that would be an issue. And this is something where we would want to measure twice and cut once, as the saying goes. So I think that it's important for us to kind of put one foot in front of the other in that context. But, in terms of funding opportunities, I've had some meetings recently with Senator Markey and Senator Warren's people. And, one of the things that I drive home is that we have phase one of this infrastructure project in the Arlington neighborhood, where we're getting after this work of separating, the water and sewer infrastructure. They've had these issues with combined sewer overflows and the like for many years. The infrastructure in terms of, the roads and everything are just in terrible shape. And so that's a project that, is many, many decades in the works. And so we were able to use ARPA to fund phase one of that. The challenge that we have going forward is that we need phase two and phase three and phase four funded, right? And the issue that we have is that Senator Payano did an outstanding job in locking in $5 million for that project in the governor's economic development bond bill, which is, certainly helpful. But the issue is that we then get the call from the governor indicating that because of all of the uncertainty at the federal level with, say, Medicaid reimbursements, all these different cost pressures that the state is facing, she informed us that she's not able to release any of the earmarks. So even when our senators, et cetera, they're securing funding for projects like the Arlington neighborhood infrastructure efforts, then you get the notification that, well, hey, it's set aside, but we can't give it to you because we don't know about all these other issues. That's a challenge that we're having in terms of the state with that. But speaking to what you had referenced at that event in D.C., I think that we have these ongoing conversations with Congresswoman Trahan, Senator Markey, Senator Warren. They're outstanding partners for us in Washington. And so once we have our feasibility study in place and we have more of a sense of the next steps to take, and we can provide them with a plan, I think they'll be all over it in terms of working with us.
Okay, we have 12 minutes on this line item. If you'd like to keep it on the agenda, that would be great. I'd like to move on. But Mr. DeZoglio, Chair of the Public Safety Committee, could work in collaboration with you, Counselor, so that you can get that on his agenda and we can start working with the mayor's office to push that initiative you so care about. Okay, is that possible?
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate your patience with me. Okay, next, public service. Seeing none, grants none, licenses none, contract. C26-71, revised and updated legal services retention letter, special counsel, KP Law. Can I get a motion to accept?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Counselor Valley, seconded by Counselor Pesh. Discussion. Counselor Marsan, floor is yours.
So as discussed, Mr. Solicitor, you gave us the spreadsheet here. So can you give us another column to tell us where the expenditures went, please? So that's all I'm...
We certainly can do that. So just for the council's edification, this contract doesn't obligate us to any specific amount of money. It just gives us our new hourly rate going forward. And of course, that hourly rate is going up. It's going up from $2.40 per hour to $2.95 per hour. I will tell you that the spreadsheet, we have been working and making a concerted effort to use less and less outside counsel. And so if you look at the spreadsheet that I provided, and I thank the CAFO for providing these numbers for me, in 2024, we used $82,649.12 just for KP Law. In the next fiscal year, in 25, it was down to $43,166.12. And this year, we've only expended $15,200. which is still outstanding for the first half of the year. And so this is why we need this contract so that I can pay that bill. And those bills are primarily related to only two matters. One has to do with Murphy's Farm development that the city has been, fighting all year to make sure that the city is taken care of in terms of mitigations, and that permit was granted by the town of Dracut, sort of over the city's objections with no inclusions in the 40B plan to provide any mitigation whatsoever for the city of Methuen, even though the entire access for that project is through our city. And so as a result of that, the mayor asked that an appeal be filed. And so that continuation is responsible for most of that $15,200. They have been handling that case even before I became solicitor, so it made sense to allow them to continue to do that because they have specialized knowledge in that field. The other issue that they continue to handle for the city is also a specialized issue, and it has to do with cable relicensing and negotiating better terms for the city with its cable relicensing. And so they continue to handle that, and there is a commission that they work with that is handling that currently. So this letter, you'll see they anticipate potentially up to $35,000 for the rest of the year. I would say it will be less than that. We are trying to engage in some mediation of the Murphy's Farm case, and if that's successful, that obviously will reduce fees for that piece, and we're hopeful that we will be able to resolve that case amicably, but we will know that in short order. And we will certainly report that back. You'll see on the contract, in addition to the general rate of $295, attached to the second page are the specialty rates for specialized services, and so some of that I do anticipate we will need. I did inform the chair of some additional needs. As you know, the RFP for the Searles Estate is pending, and we are hopeful that we will have live bidders that will want to do that, and hopefully that is the case. And I anticipate that there will be some legal work surrounding that if we have a successful bidder and that contract is awarded. And so there will be some of that. It may or may not be KP Law. We do have other folks that we use for that, but there will be some additional expense outside counsel for that, because that's a pretty complex process to make sure that we've negotiated all the correct, historical preservation and development agreements. And we do have some of that in the RFP, but just a preview for that. But again, this doesn't obligate the city in any amount other than the amount that's already been charged, and it allows us to pay that money to them.
Thank you. Councilor DiZoglio.
So I have one question, and I just want to be very, but are we doing less outside work? Is it because your office is taking on more of that load, or we're getting sued less?
So it's a little bit of both. I would say our office has taken on a lot of things that had gone to outside counsel. Some of them were, we did have significant outside counsel bills during the time of the Superior's contract and things like that. So in years past, there was a lot of outside counsel use. There was also only, at some point, there was no solicitor. At some point, there was just a single solicitor. And so there is, as you know, a good amount of work here. I mean, if you do look at these numbers, they represent pretty good reductions, a 48% reduction in use of KP Law from FY24 to 25, a 65% reduction from FY25 to 26, and from FY24 to 26, we're down 82%. So, we are making concerted effort to do that. But you're right, it does depend on what comes through the door. We do have insurance policies that cover us for a lot of things, which is helpful. Just so you know, those policies do have defense deductibles of up to $25,000 and another $25,000 for settlement. So even though they cover a majority of defense in some cases, they don't cover all of it. So as we go forward, we do have a few cases pending, and some of them are going to be going on for a while. So you will start to see some of those bills. But fortunately, most of those will be covered under those insurance policies. And I will say, too, that I discussed this with the chair. I do plan to do an RFP for outside counsel and try to develop a pool of attorneys that can service the city with preferred rates, and many communities do this. And we won't write a contract for any amount with any of them. They will just give us preferred rates for specific tasks, and then if those tasks arise and we need to use them, we'll have a more competitive rate, because there are definitely firms out there that are willing to do that have good expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Drew.
Mr. Solicitor, as I look at this, I mean, there's a 20% increase in the hourly rate. You go from 240 to 295. What is driving that? Like, we're not using them enough? Are they seeing that? I mean, it just seems like, I mean, negotiating 20% up, that's a lot.
I have no idea where, I mean, I can certainly ask them. I think that that's true across the board. Every firm sets its own rate. I can't tell you what that, we haven't had a rate increase in a few years, so it may be that it's a double increase from years past, but it's still, I will say, a pretty good rate for outside counsel, but there are folks that we use for similar things that have given us a better rate. And that's why I want to go out and do an RFP, which I do plan on doing. You don't have to do, legal counsel doesn't have to be procured under 30B, but it always makes sense to me to do that, because people will compete for that business, especially the mid-sized firms that aren't large firms. You're always going to pay more for a larger firm.
Yeah, I understand the overhead and stuff, but was this negotiated? Who negotiated it? Was it yourself? Was it procurement office?
So this was not the result of a competitive procurement. I did discuss it with them, but that's the rate that they're quoting. So.
Okay, so we didn't go back and say maybe like 1 or 275. We just said they gave us 295, and that's the number.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll take all those in favor. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
One opposed. Eight yes, one no, motion carries. Moving on. Other officers and committee reports. So I know that a few of you had meetings, so I will give the floor, and I'll start with Councilor Marsan.
Thank you. Our Economic Development Committee had a meeting. We had Mr. Wilson, and he explained a lot of the ongoing things that he's doing for businesses in the city, trying to attract new businesses, how he's filling spaces, how he's being more proactive with that. We also had Katie Cook came from the Methuen Business Alliance. She's going to help us. She told us what she would do to help us, and one of them was to create a database for us. So that's a task that we gave to her for that, to help us with our businesses here and to help with the growth. And we don't have an agenda for the next one yet. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor DiZoglio?
Hi. So we met on February 9th for the public safety. We had a great discussion about the rail trail for public safety use. I am currently going to be meeting with the mayor on Thursday to talk about that. We also discussed fire hydrant stakes. I was brought to that attention by one of my constituents, saying that, the fire department was going online to talk about shoveling out fire hydrants, but they couldn't find their fire hydrants. And DPW Director Pat said they usually do that in the springtime, but they usually would like to get kids to do it for like type of community service. And hopefully he will pick that back up come the springtime. The third was from Councilor Valley talking about cameras in the Great Hall. Her concern was due to recent events that have occurred. She would like to make sure that people inside the building are safe. But is that okay? I just want to make sure I'm doing it right. But we haven't scheduled anything yet, but I will be meeting with the counselors to talk about. I put you guys on the email for that meeting at 12. on Thursday. You're more than welcome to come. I'm going to see if we could get you on Zoom.
Thank you, sir.
I will talk to the mayor and see what we can do to do that, but we have not scheduled that. Councilor Simon, do you want me to do the veterans or, okay. So we met today for the veterans subcommittee. I would like to congratulate Councilor Samad. He is going to be chair of the veterans subcommittee. I just felt like he's a veteran and I'm not, the committee should be run by him. We only talked about one item about the rail trail. So I did not bring this up to the public subcommittee. I know the councilors know this. One of the ideas that I want is part of the portion of the rail trail to be a veterans memorial for all of our fallen veterans that are from Methuen. One of the ideas, and I'm going to give the credit to Councilor Drew, as he brought up this issue, what we'll do is we'll dedicate a plaque to which he brought that up, the plaques. But one of the ideas that I got, and I know I'm going to be bashed for this, but you know, he deserves the credit. Tom Duggan approached me about how Councilor LaPlante from Lawrence is doing a QR code for veterans as well around the community, where you hit the QR code and it tells the story of that veteran. I figure that maybe we could do the same with our plaques as well. And I was always been brought up, being told that I have crazy ideas. The tunnel near the fire department, that's where my goal is to put that portion inside, have the artists of Methuen to go paint historical stuff of veterans and rename that tunnel the Tunnel of Freedom, Methuen Tunnel of Freedom. It will have artists of all the historical stuff throughout our history of veterans. So when they go into it and go out of it, people will look at that and say, wow, like it's honoring. There's a grants that we continue to put towards that. And yeah, it seems like everybody's really on board with this idea. And hopefully we could get it off the ground soon.
Thank you, Counselor. Very inspiring. Counselor Drew.
All right. Today we had the Recreation Committee, Subcommittee meeting. Myself, Councilor McLaren, and Councilor Valley were there, along with Superintendent D'Angelo. We also had the softball and lacrosse directors who attended. We reached out to them to try to have those folks who are stakeholders in the community with the fields and so forth in our parks come be part of this so that we're not operating in a vacuum. We're going to work as a team to try to better the fields as best as possible. Both of those sports, lacrosse and softball, are looking for more people to join their teams. They are currently open enrollment, so please take a look online for that. We discussed the rail trail lighting that was sent over to us to discuss because it is a park and recreation item. Councilor Valley has that on her agenda to discuss with the DPW director, trying to find an RFP in the process on how to further take that ball and run with it. Couple other items we discussed at the fields. We looked at some of the quality of life issues that we saw that were brought up by those directors and Superintendent D'Angelo. Superintendent D'Angelo is going to get a list of what he's going to get done, take care of some of those low-hanging fruit items to try to fix that stuff for the athletes. Got the status update on all of our fields and what we're doing there. The other item is we're looking to do a city councilor cleanup on April 25th, it's a Saturday. And we're hoping that every councilor will take a problem area in their district and gather some volunteers and so forth, and we'll do a concerted effort across the community. So that is something that we're going to be talking about in the next couple of weeks, trying to pull some things together, and we'll be commenting back to you. We do have another meeting scheduled. I believe it was April 6th was what we discussed, so that we can kind of get on board before that council cleanup. Other than that, we ended our meeting with no issues and no problems.
Great, thank you, excellent. Councillor Valle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Unaccepted Waste Committee met on February 9th. So we discussed concerns regarding discrepancies in the city's roadways records, including the streets that were renamed, misclassified, or accepted by the state without proper city documentation. So DPW and the legal department are now working together to verify these records and obtain formal legal opinions where needed. We also discussed prioritizing these streets, especially those with existing resolutions, and making a public map and list available on the city's website. So our goal is to establish an accurate, legally sound roadway inventory and create a clear path toward acceptance in future infrastructure improvements.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor McLaren.
Yes, so at our first ad hoc audio, visual, and lighting committee regarding the issues with all of those things in this here great hall, two main action items emerged, which are the development of a survey by Director Hayden of MCS to be filled out by a combination of city employees and the public. We discussed QR codes to access that, et cetera, basically to collect public opinion and data on the lighting, sound, and visual concerns in the hall. And then Information Officer Santiago is looking into options for updates in that regard. But obviously nothing super specific until we've collected that feedback, pending that it is vetted by the members of the committee before we send it out. There is no follow-up date for the next meeting just because we have to review that first.
Thank you, excellent. I like seeing all the action in these subcommittees. Thank you for taking time to do that. Moving on, unfinished business, resolutions, TR 26-9, resolution authorizing acceptance and expenditure of FY25 Massachusetts Community Development Block Grant Community Development Fund. Motion to accept.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councillor Drew, seconded by Councillor Valle. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Unanimous. TR 26-11, resolution of the Methuen City Council requesting the mayor to conduct an analysis of department heads and non-union supervisory salaries. Request of Councilor Ryan DeZoglio. I need a motion to remove from the table.
Motion to remove.
Motion from Councilor Drew, seconded by Councilor Pesh. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? On table? No. Resolution has been untabled. Now on the main motion. Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilor DeZoglio, seconded by Councilor Pesh. Discussion.
So I understood from the last meeting, people were worried about this. So the whole point that I'm trying to do with this resolution, as the mayor directed it last meeting, that salaries have been out of whack, if I quote. And that's because, again, councilors approved positions, or people would put people in positions and have salaries, and we don't know where they're getting these salaries from. And my point of this is especially when it comes to the budget season, is that we'll have the positions in front of us and say, okay, well, how did you get this salary in this salary? Because this budget, as I just heard just previously in the last, when it came to the mayor's leave, people are worried about the cost. Well, cost also comes with the payrolls too. And when it comes to people maybe getting overpaid, and which was a concern that I heard from councilors, I'm not saying we reduct their pay, but also at the same time, we might have to make a decision, as we saw in Lowell that's happening. We might have to do a pay freeze. And if they're getting overpaid, they're not going to leave. And if they do, then we'll find someone with the right salary to go into that spot. But how are we supposed to know that if we don't have that in front of us? And we could go do the homework, but as we did, we were just saying to the mayor, he should have brought this forward to the council when it came to the leave. Well, he should be bringing salaries when he's proposing, or when I ask for salaries, of his department heads that are under him, he should be bringing why I should approve his department head salaries. And if people are underpaid, don't you want to keep those people that are working hard that feel like they're underpaid? Or we're losing the person that says, well, I could go find a better job somewhere else because I'll get paid more. The whole point of this whole thing was so I could do my homework. Putting accountability, as we were just saying, on the table. And that's what I'm asking for. I'm not even forcing him to do it. I'm asking him to do it. And we should want him to do it, especially the finance committee should want that. But everybody keeps talking about new positions. What's the difference between a new position and an old position? Because I should know any position. So so that's where I'm going to leave it at with that. Because saying no to this, when it comes budget season, I'm going to start looking at the budget and I'm going to be looking at salaries.
Councilor Pash.
Councilor DeZoglio, you almost talked me out of supporting this just now for a couple of reasons. However, I'm glad you had a private discussion with me and answered my questions on this. So I'm going to pretend I didn't hear everything you just said because I don't agree with all of it. However, what I have extrapolated from what he said and our discussion is I don't disagree that it would be nice to have an analysis on hand. I'm hoping, Mayor, if you do choose to do this and how you do it, if we can have items like the hire date, years of service, and the current rate, to have that as a kind of barometer for us. The part I'm joking about, but honestly, the part I disagree with is I was looking when we first discussed this too far in the future, right? I'm trying not to think of what the ramifications, what we're going to do with this list so much, but I would agree with Councilor DeZoglio. I would to have this list, at least for right now, as that first step. I just think we might differ in how we may want to use it in the future. But yes, so that's it, but thanks.
And in response to that, I'm not, like I said, I don't know what we're going to do with that, but at the end of the day, when it comes to budgeting, we have to make difficult decisions, and I want to make sure we have all the tools so we can make those decisions.
Perfect. Councilor Santos.
Adding to that list, not only the hire day, but also the qualifications for the position will be a good idea to have in there.
Okay. Anything else? Anyone else? I'm moving to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
I'm going to do, so 2 opposed? 7 in favor, 2 opposed. And Councilor Samard. Thank you. Motion carries 7-2. TR 26-12, resolution authorizing an expenditure from the Edward J. Castle Fund for the St. Patrick's Day Parade requested by the Commission on Trust Funds. Can I get a motion to accept?
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Councilor Pesh, seconded by Councilor DeZoglio. Any discussion on this matter? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Motion carries. TR 26-13, resolution regarding lighting improvements on the rail trail, including blue lighting. Request of Councilor DeZoglio.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Pesh, seconded by Councilor DeZoglio. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ordinances, TO 26-7, an ordinance allowing for continued service on boards and commissions by a 2/3 vote, that would be 6 votes of the City Council. Motion to approve. Motion by Councilor Samard, seconded by Councilor DeZoglio. Discussion. I have a question or clarification, Councilor Vice. This is to the solicitor. Last meeting, you made a statement that this was specifically to those boards. Could you rename the boards that it was specific to? Was it Community Development, Zoning, Board of Appeals?
I'd have to look at the ordinance now. I don't have it in front of me. But it's defined in the ordinance, and it's only to those specific boards that
those.
are in the ordinance.
So in separation to that, any other board to that doesn't require
Correct.
this, okay. Or cannot do more than 10 years.
No, they can do more than 10 years. The 10-year, this ordinance only applies to four specific boards, and it's like zoning, public health, I think, community development. Let me take a look. Hold on one second.
Yeah. Because the reason I'm asking, Mr. Solicitor, is there was an appointment that came in front of us that was 30 years on the board. And so my question was, does this ordinance allow that person to serve to year 31?
No, well, it depends on what board they're on. If they're on one of the boards that is enumerated and
that was the district health, what, Mr. Mayor, you put that up? Yes, sir.
Yeah, that board's not covered under this ordinance.
Okay.
So you wouldn't need a 6 vote to allow them to continue to serve.
that.
So the intent of the ordinance was only to include the specific boards which have more robust authority, like zoning board, community development board, those kinds of things. I mean, you can, if you decide later on, you can change the ordinance to include other boards. But you always have, the council always has the authority to simply vote no.
Correct.
On any appointment. And so if the mayor puts forth an appointment and he doesn't get his 5 votes or his 6 votes, then he has to submit somebody else and try again.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to state something now, and you might all think I'm crazy, but just going off of the practice that we've utilized over the past, well, since I've been on the council since January of 2020, we just had an across-the-board 2/3 requirement for anybody who was over 10 years. I'm okay with that. I think it actually makes some sense where, you know, it maintains that protection, but it's just across the board versus regarding a handful. So if there, say, was an amendment to this to tweak the language and have it apply to all boards and just keep it simple, I think that actually is a good thing. I'm fine with that. Just a thought.
Councilor DeZaglio.
I just have one question, especially with the boards. I feel like we need, when I applied for a board a long time ago and never got a call back for, but the question I have for is, what are we doing to promote these boards? Because I had to go looking for them. So, and also I know it's more volunteering and et cetera, but I just feel like we're not promoting them out enough to bring in people. So I don't know what you, Mr. Mayor, have anything in the pipeline to kind of promote that?
Yeah, so it was more recently, we've actually been promoting it extensively, and we got a pretty wide swath of applicants with a lot of good experience that we've been able to bring to the council, and the council thankfully has seen fit to appoint them. And so, you know, we had a big push on social media, I think, late last year. That's something that we could certainly every now and then just kind of build into our posting cadence, so to speak, having, you know, just a quick reminder to people about the opportunities. But that was something that we were really intentional about, and the results of that were fantastic. And not to mention, too, something that I know all of the returning counselors, I've had this conversation with Councilor Drew as well, where, you know, all of us come to the table here with our own networks, right? If you know people who might have particular interest in, you know, say one area or another, you know, we have that link for people to apply. I would say leverage your networks if you have folks who might be interested in giving back, and send them our way, and we'll take a look. But yeah, that's something that, you know, we've been intentional about it, and it doesn't hurt to continue doing that.
Councilor Samar.
Can I just, just for clarification for the council. So right now, the only boards that this applies to is Community Development Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, Licensing Board, Housing Authority, and Conservation Commission. So other boards are not covered by the ordinance. They would be able to continue to serve over 10 years with just a five votes. So if you wanted to change the ordinance, you would change Section B to change that definition. in whatever way you saw fit.
Counselor Samard.
Thanks, Madam Chair. If there's no more discussion, I'll make a friendly amendment. So reference to TO 26-7, it would read an ordinance allowing for continued service on all boards and commissions by a 2/3 vote, 6 votes to the City Council.
There's a motion on the table.
I'll second. Second.
Second by Counselor Pesh. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously on the amendment. On the main motion, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Madam Clerk. New business, Resolution TR 26-14, a resolution authorizing acceptance of a FY26 Shannon Community Safety Initiative grant requested by the mayor and the chief of police. Can I get a motion to accept?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. The next item, TR 2615, I'm actually removing from the agenda because we did not receive the actual order 5754 and attached with that item. So if we can have that for the next meeting, Mr. Mayor, that was actually why I was calling you. We can have that on that agenda. And with that being said, anything for the any other business for the good and welfare of our community?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving forward, I noticed past meetings during a moment of silence, which is a solemn tribute, I think, to our residents of Methuen and those related to Methuen, that we limit our honorees, for lack of a better word, to Methuen residents or people that are associated with Methuen moving forward.
So Counselor Samard made a recommendation that for a moment of silence, it be brought that it be a resident of Methuen. Would you like that actually voted on, Counselor, in the future, or just, would you like that amended into a rules?
Yeah, if we could do that
rules?
without a vote, I think, I know I spoke to some of the councilors that were in favor of that also, but I just think it would pay more tribute to the people of Methuen.
Okay. So, Mr. Solicitor, if your office could tell us where we would add that amendment in our council rules and procedures, that would be kindly appreciated so that we could have it on the agenda for March 2nd for Councilor Samard.
Certainly.
And
Counselor Pesh.
Thank you. Just want to add too, if we can create a sort of blurb too for the clerk perhaps, because a lot of these requests come in via public participation or emailed to us. So could we have a blurb maybe written, a summation that explains to them that we're no longer doing that, so that she has kind of a, an
Sure.
automatic response?
We'll put something together for you to look at.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Mr. Mayor.
Just a heads up, Madam Chair, if you go back, I know we've already passed it on the agenda, but in my email of Tuesday, February 10th, with the agenda items, just so you know, TR 2615 is the fourth attachment in the email, just so you're aware.
So we did receive the order, Mr. Mayor. We did not, I'm sorry, we did receive the TR 26-15. You are 100% correct. What we did not receive was the order number 5754 that is being amended, that you're asking to,
Oh, that's the original, Madam Chair.
yes.
Yeah, that's not relevant to anything that the council would actually vote on. You would vote on the actual TR 2615, not the original fiscal year 23 CIP.
So for context of what the counselors are voting on,
It would just be TR 2615. It wouldn't be the fiscal year 23 CIP.
so if I may ask the solicitor, since we're still on the floor, your 26-15 order authorizing the amendment of the order number 5754, borrowing to pay costs for CIP 23 to reclass the $19,359 between enterprise capital projects. The order of 5754, we did an amendment to that previously for, I think, almost 400,000, was it, or 300 something thousand? Even then, that order was attached. We didn't receive it on this order.
Yeah.
So
'cause-
in my opinion, it is incomplete. Are you saying that it is not? Because when I look at the document, you give me the piece of paper, these are all new counselors. They didn't see that, Mr. Mayor, previously. So I'm requesting that it be provided to the counselors so that it could be voted on March 2nd. Is that an inconvenience to you?
I think in terms of, what we could probably do for the next meeting is I would want to attach an EPA to this, so
Okay.
then it would be
That's allowed.
effectuated at the next meeting. I
Absolutely.
think that would be good.
If you-
But maybe going forward, even though, you wouldn't be voting on, say, a CIP from several years back, I was thinking that, well, because it's not on the agenda, I guess it would be helpful information, so going forward,
Yes,
I'm happy to include
just so they
that.
know, I mean, they weren't counselors in 23, they don't know what that looked like.
Sure.
Unless they go and dig for that information, I would appreciate it if you could have them
Fair enough.
provide it, if that's okay. And we'll gladly do the EPA.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. But that was why I was calling you. Thank you. All right, with that being said, motion to adjourn
Second it.
by Counselor Pesh, seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. It is now 9 o'clock and this meeting is over. Thank you for joining us.
Good
Thank
night,
you.
Methuen.
That gavel, I'm telling you, dangerous.